books and then I'm bored and I click. So I made mine short. I wanted everybody to be able to read it. Just blunt.
All right, we're going to get started here. So we are live streaming this event as well. So any questions that are asked, I'm just going to maybe ask that we ask them a little bit louder or that we repeat them up on this end so that everyone watching can hear as well. But other than that, we are all ready to get started. And this is Kenyon from Greener Pastures Ranching.
Don't be shy, still ask questions.
All right, well, thank you very much for everybody showing up today. And everybody live streaming, I guess. This is going to be kind of different for me as well, but I'm going to stand in this area most of the time. So we're going to get right into it. We're going to talk about regenerative agriculture today. A little bit different than modern agriculture. Okay? And I'm going to hopefully do a good job here and explain the difference between the two. First thing I want to kind of say to you guys is I'm sorry. I apologize. What I'm going to say here today might offend you, I might insult you, I might criticize you, but it's not a personal attack. Okay? Don't be offended. I'm opposed to a lot of things that modern agriculture does. Okay? And you'll get that through this presentation, I'm sure. So if I'm going against something that you do, it's not a personal attack. I'm just trying to show the difference between the two types of agriculture. Okay? So this is kind of like my get out of jail free card. I can now say whatever I want. What I do on my farm might not necessarily work for you. Okay, I understand that you're in a different environment, you got different situations, right? We're all different. Take the idea, right? Take the idea and see if you can adapt it to your farm. Maybe it won't adapt at all, but then take it for information. Okay, but I'm not saying that you guys all have to do these things, but I've already apologized, so it doesn't really matter. So, if you don't like, yes?
Where do you farm?
I farm northwest of Edmonton, Alberta.
Okay.
Central Alberta. So, if you guys don't like what I have to say today, that's okay. I'm not offended if you're offended. If you want to complain, you can phone my boss. But I sleep with her, so you're not going to get very far. You don't want to get on her bad side. So we will get into this. I like to see on the back of the room here, we've got a mission statement and a vision statement for the organization here. How many people here for their farm have a mission statement? Okay. I think it's very important. One of the most important parts of my business is knowing the direction that it's going in. Okay, so to build a mission statement on your operation, I think that's an important thing. So ours is economic and environmental sustainability for generations. Okay. Pretty well describes my moral code, you could call it. Okay? It's got to be economical. Okay? If I'm not going to make a living at this, it's not going to be sustainable. But I also have to be environmental, because if I'm not environmental, I'm not protecting my resources, it's not going to be sustainable for generations. Okay? So I've got to do both. I could do some things out there that are environmental, right? I could clean the air, I could clean the water, all these warm and fuzzy things, but I could go broke doing it. Or I could, there's some production practices out there that I can make a lot of money, but it's going to degrade my soil or degrade my environment. So they've got to match together. So that's my direction, that's where I'm going. So there's choices on my operation that I make that are sometimes economical and they're sometimes environmental, right? And I need them to kind of fit together. So I think it's important for everybody to have a mission statement. So a little bit about our operation. We're from Edmonton, northwest of Edmonton. I'm originally a Saskatchewan boy, then I was a British Columbia boy for a while, and now I'm an Alberta boy. So maybe someday I'll be out here. We do year-round custom grazing. So a little bit of a different business setup. We don't own the cattle and we don't own the land. So we run other people's cattle on other people's land. We run about 3,500 acres, and last year we had just over 1,200 head of cattle for the summer. We dropped that down, and in the wintertime, we usually have some kind of winter grazing. This year we've got some swath grazing. Sometimes we're doing bale grazing, but we're running, 230 head this year on some swath grazing. So we're still doing it the same basis. It's somebody else's cattle on somebody else's land. We're working with some grain farmers, and we harvest some of their salvage crops or their crop residues, things like that. Small scale, we do our own pasture pigs, a little bit of grass-fed beef, and some pasture poultry. Most of those are pretty small scale right now. It's more for us, and we direct market a little bit into the city, but not a whole bunch. The main operation is year-round custom grazing. Somehow, all this turned into consulting, right, and teaching, and seminars, and conferences. I have no idea why or how I'm standing up in front of you, okay, but I've been doing it for a lot of years now, so I don't have a university degree, right? I teach about microbiology now, and I almost failed microbiology in college. So I appreciate being up here, and I think just because we're a little outside the box, we do things a little differently, and we practice what we do. Right? I don't do seminars in the summertime because I'm a little busy at home. We're running 1,200 head of cattle. I have, I believe last time I calculated, 72 miles of fence to check every spring. So I'm a little busy in April and May. The latest thing we've done is we've partnered with a local farm with us, Big Coulee Farms, and we've started a Big Coulee regenerative training facility. He has been doing what I teach for 40 years. Okay? He's got chickens and pigs and beef, and he does all this regenerative grazing, and he wants to teach. He should be probably retiring, but he just wants to teach. So he has interns come up to his place, and if you want, anybody who wants to learn about regenerative agriculture, they can come spend some time on the farm with him, and he'll teach you everything he knows. It's a fantastic opportunity. So a little bit about our business philosophy. Okay, most of you today are probably here for production practices, right? Grazing, fencing. Everybody loves bale grazing. Bale grazing is sexy to farmers. They love it. Everybody likes driving a tractor and calving cows and all these fun things. Okay? But I'm here to tell you right now, the most important part of my business is not production practices. Okay? It is the bottom of the stack. If you go to a seminar and hear this latest and greatest new production practice, right? It's the craze that everybody's going on right now. What would tell you on your farm if it would be successful or not? You got to participate a little bit. Don't be shy. Profitability, exactly. Okay, money. So if I've got a production practice that I'm going to try, I'm going to run it through some tests. Okay, I'm going to run it through an economic test. Right? Is it profitable? I do my economics with a gross margin analysis. Okay, we separate out the farm into different profit centers, and we break them down into separate margins. And you can determine maybe my hay profit center is making money, but my chicken profit center is losing money, or vice versa. Right? Your silage profit center is making money, or your cow-calf profit center is losing money. Okay, you can break that down and determine which ones are profitable and which ones aren't. Okay, one of the biggest breakthroughs my farm ever had was learning how to do a gross margin analysis, by far. Finances is a completely different set of books. Okay, there's two different sets of numbers we've got to work on. Finances, I run with a cash flow. Okay, to me, that's, can I afford to do this? Economics is it profitable? Big difference, big difference. Sometimes I make economical decisions on my farm. Sometimes I have to make financial decisions. Okay. Quick example on that, let's say I've determined on my farm that I can grow apples. Okay, and I've done a gross margin and I've determined that I can make $10,000 an acre growing apples. Pretty good deal. So, finance side, can I buy the land, put in my apple trees, like put all the saplings in, put a fence around it to protect it, and wait 5 years for my first crop? Okay, that's finances. How do you survive for those 5 years? How do you keep growing? Okay, that's the finance side. So we have to look at both those. Now, I've got a production practice. I've decided that it's economical. We're good. I can finance it. Is there any other reason why I wouldn't go ahead with that production practice?
Quality of life.
Quality of life, yeah, that's part. Time, yeah. Okay. Economics and finances is controlled by human resources. Human resources is the biggest part of my business, by far. Okay? I'm a custom grazer. Doesn't matter how good of a grazer I am if I can't find the land to graze. Right? I've got upwards of 21 different landowners at times. Right? I go for a lot of tea and cookies. That human resources is very important. It doesn't matter how good of a grazer I am if I can't find the cattle to bring on and graze, because I'm a custom grazer, right? That communication, that human resources is really important. It might be just that it doesn't match my mission statement. Okay, it could be a profit center that's economical, but it's not environmentally sustainable, right? So my human resources tells me, no, we're not going to do that one. Okay, that's my moral code, that mission statement. So there's lots of reasons why I might not do something, even though it might be economical and I can finance it. Okay, it's kind of funny. Years ago, I had a few goats. Okay, it's more for the kids than anything else. And you guys know that baby goats are cute, right? Yeah, they're super cute. Well, I put a few goat pictures in my presentation. And all of a sudden, back years ago, I got known as the goat guy. Really? The goat guy? I've got like 5 goats at home. I'm the goat guy. But anyway, so I was at a seminar here probably 16, 17 years ago. And somebody came up to me at lunch break in the seminar and says, Steve, you're the goat guy. I want to partner with you. I'm like, the goat guy? Where did I get that from? I want to partner with you. I want to buy 1,000 goats. Whoa. No. He said, at the time, in northern British Columbia, they were going on an anti-chemical direction. And all the cut lines, the power lines going across the mountains, they had to keep the shrubs and brush down. So they didn't want to spray them anymore. So they were paying people $1.25 per goat per day to graze cut lines. Okay, like, you don't have to rent land, like they're paying you to do this. It's like, plus you get to sell the kids. Well, not my kids. The goat kids. We'll probably get more for the goat kids. So this was a pretty good deal. We ran the economics on it. It's fantastic. Okay. Did finances. I could go to the bank, get a loan, and have this loan paid off within 1 year. Right? Like, just this is a slam dunk. Why didn't I do it?
Didn't have the time.
Didn't have the time. At the time in Alberta, it was in an oil field boom. Okay, you couldn't hire anybody for less than $45 an hour, right? That's what they wanted. So I remember going into Barhead, the little town close to me, to get some supplies, and I went to the local KFC for lunch, right? And there was a note on the door, closed due to labor shortage, right? You just couldn't find anybody to work. If I put an ad in the paper for 3 goat herders, how many would I get? Not much. And if I did get any, what quality would they be? Okay. So if they quit on me in the middle of summer, I'm not prepared to go up and run around and chase a bunch of goats in northern BC for the summer. Okay, I have my own business at home. So we didn't do it. But human resources has veto power. Okay? So, point taken. The production practices we talk about today, not very important on my farm. Okay? By far, the economics and finances are a lot more important, and human resources is super important. Okay? So we are going to get into production practices, I know, because I write in 2 different magazines and I do a lot of seminars. I know I have to talk about 80% in production practices, or else nobody's going to be listening to me anymore, right? The other stuff's kind of boring, but it is the most important part. Okay? Deal? Good. So what am I here today? I'm going to teach you something today, I hope, but what I'm teaching doesn't come in a box, a bag, or a bottle. Okay? It's a long-term solution to the problem. Our industry is addicted to quick fixes. Okay, there's a symptom that has arisen, a weed or a pest or something's come up, and we invent a Band-Aid solution for it. Right? We attack the symptom. What I look at on my farm is dealing with the problem. Right? I want to look at the problem that's causing the symptom, and we solve the problem, not the symptom. Okay. For an example, we've got weeds in our pasture. Okay, attacking the symptom would be going out and spraying your weeds. Okay, the real underlying problem is that it's being overgrazed. Okay, so if we can address the overgrazing, the symptom goes away. If you just attack the symptom, you have to keep attacking the symptom year after year. Okay, so I'd like to address the problem in the situation, and I'd like to focus on your agribusiness. Okay, not agribusiness. This is the biggest problem we have in agriculture today, by far. This is a study by Darren Qualman out of Saskatchewan. He took the farm income from 1926 to 2016, and the top of the blue is total farm income. The top of the green is the farmer's share. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with this graph?
Wrong way around.
Pretty obvious, isn't it? Like, I'm okay with back here. That's fine, perfectly fine. We can share. But this is unacceptable. So in his report from 1985 to 2007, 100% of farmers' income went to egg business. We got nothing. We survived on off-farm jobs, selling assets, burning up inheritance, and losing equity. Okay? And if you go from 85 to 2016, 98% of farm income went to egg business. So a little bit about the graph here. So you guys know what the red is? 202, 203, 204, 205? Yeah, BSE. Okay, that really hit us hard. In 207, the ethanol industry kicked in the United States. Right, so the grain farmers got a boost up in there, but I don't think the beef farmers really got that much of a boost up there. So I was actually in a course in 2007 in Texas. It was called the Executive Program for Agriculture Producers, so TPAP is what they call it. And one of the instructors down there at the time, he said that the ethanol industry had just kicked into gear and the massive subsidies that were going into it. He said that the number of ethanol plants that were currently up and running, so this was in 2007, currently up and running, plus the ones that were under construction. If we were to fill those to capacity, there is not enough arable land in the United States to fill them, if everything was planted to corn. So is that not a subsidized industry? Big time. So when the ethanol industry kicked into gear, the grain farmers got a little bit of a boost, because all that corn went out of the US and then our Canadian prices went up too. But who really benefited from that? Okay. Do you guys want to change this? Okay. Do you know who is in charge of this? Who caused this? Remember my get out of jail free card? You did. We chose to buy all this product. We chose to buy the chemicals and the fertilizers and this equipment and the seed and everything else that's out there. Okay? This was our fault. We did this. You guys want to change it? Good. Let's change this, because that's not right. Okay. I saw a good phrase here a little while ago. It was a quote from a long time ago. The light bulb did not get invented by incrementally increasing the brightness of the candle. Right? It was a revolutionary idea. It was a complete change in thought process. Okay? So what are we doing in agriculture today? We're looking for a little bit more yield. We'll go get that new variety that has a couple extra bushels or a couple extra tons per acre. Or we'll go out and we'll spend a little bit more money on that bull because we're going to get a little bit more weaning weights. Okay? Those are incremental changes. Do you think those incremental changes are going to change that graph? Not at all. Okay? We need something revolutionary. We need a light bulb. Okay? So I want to show you the light bulb today. I think regenerative agriculture is the light bulb. Okay? It's a revolutionary change. So those incremental changes aren't going to change your bottom line very much. What if you could eliminate your fertilizer bill? That's a huge change. Okay? What if you could double your effective rainfall? Massive change. Massive change. Okay? So the answer is under our feet. We need to work on building soil. Okay? Number one thing in regenerative agriculture is we're trying to grow soil. When you're dealing with soil in agriculture, everything is about nutrients. Right? Your fertilizer dealer, your agronomist, everybody tells you it's about building nutrients. We all got to take soil tests and see what we're lacking in nutrients. Okay? Years ago I worked at a fertilizer dealership, and this picture and this law of the minimum was always on the wall. You guys seen this before? Okay. So the idea, this is way back in 1840, he came up with this, that your crop would grow as much as your most limiting nutrient would allow. Okay? So in this example, they always use this barrel, is this example. I don't know where they got this barrel from, but they do. So in this example, what's the most important nutrient? Yeah, the fertilizer company tells you it would be phosphorus. It's water. It's pouring out of the barrel. I think it's hilarious that they use this barrel. Water is your most important nutrient. Now I have farmers argue that water is not a nutrient. Nitrogen is an element, right? Phosphorus is an element. Hydrogen is an element. Oxygen is an element. It's a nutrient. Okay? We need water. If you get a soil test report back and it says that you need 50 pounds of nitrogen to grow X number of tons of forage or X number of bushels or whatever, so 50 pounds of nitrogen equivalent, you need 10,000 pounds of water. It's not even close. Water is your most important nutrient. Now you guys get a lot more rain than we do. Water is a really big deal to me in my environment, but even if you get a lot of rain, we still need to manage it. Water is the most important nutrient you have. Okay, so a really good friend of mine did an experiment. Well, I didn't know him that well. Back in 1634, he did an experiment. His question was, he wanted to know how plants grow. Okay, and he was thrown in jail because of his experiment, because it went against modern thinking at the time. So modern thinking at the time in 1634 was that plants use up the soil when they grow. Okay, right? They grow and they use up the soil. So he did an experiment. Real quickly, his experiment, he took a large earthen pot, so a big flower pot. He dug a hole in the ground and he set this pot in the ground. Then he took some topsoil, he dehydrated it, so dried it out, and he weighed it, and he took 200 pounds of soil and he put it in the pot. So he had a measured amount of soil. He planted a willow tree in it, really just a sapling. Then he covered the pot with a mesh so that wind couldn't blow soil in or out. And then he watered his tree. Okay? And for 5 years he had this experiment go along, and he watered it every time it needed to be watered. He didn't account for the leaves falling off and fall off that tree, but he kept track of the soil in there. So after 5 years he pulled out the earthen pot, pulled the tree out, roots and branches and everything. He weighed it. There was something like 168 pounds of wood that had been produced. Okay, that was his product, set it aside. Took out the soil, dried it out again. He had almost exactly 200 pounds of soil. Okay, so his conclusion from his experiment was that plants grow from water. Okay, and he was thrown in jail because the modern thinking at the time was plants grow from the soil. Okay. Was he right? Where do plants grow from?
Carbon in the air.
Plants grow from the air. Okay. Every plant, on a dry matter basis, every tree, every shrub, every weed, every forb, every legume has approximately 45% carbon, 45% oxygen, 6% hydrogen, and 1.5% nitrogen. 97.5% of every plant comes from the air. Why are we so worried about what's in the soil? He was thrown in jail. He was more correct than they were. The modern thinking of the time. What's the modern thinking of today?
Nutrients comes in a bag.
That the plants grow from the soil, right? The plants use up all the fertility out of the soil. We have to replace it. So it's constantly using it up. We're no farther ahead than 1634. That's insane.
You're not in jail.
I know. I think there's more people today should be thrown in jail for what they do to the soil. Okay, we are damaging our soil over and over and over. Okay, we need to grow soil, not plants. So that's a big difference. Plants don't grow from the soil. Soil grows from the plants. Okay, what happens is the plants will take the carbon out of the air through the magic of photosynthesis, form sugars, right? That's the basis of life on Earth. They will actually push sugars out the root tips, which is called exudate or exudation. Okay, we're pushing sugars into the soil. Dirt is silt, sand, and clay. It does nothing by itself. They're just silt, sand, and clay. If you can put sugars into the soil through the exudate, it'll glue those particles together. Okay, and we'll make good aggregation. Good, healthy soil should look like cottage cheese, except black. Good clumps. So that's gluing all that together, putting organic matter into that silt, sand, and clay. Now we have soil. Okay? And I use the plants to grow the soil. That's kind of the basis behind regenerative agriculture. Right? Modern agriculture grows the plants from the soil. Regenerative agriculture grows the soil from the plants. Big difference. Okay? Really big difference. So my job as an agriculture producer is to grow soil. And 85 to 90% of plant nutrition is microbiotically mediated. Okay? We need bugs. We need soil critters. Okay? We don't have a fertility issue in agriculture. We have a biological issue. Okay? So my title on my talk here today is about building biology. Here's just an example of showing how those roots are growing the soil. So you can see these little triangles coming down. There's a triangle there. There's a triangle here. There's one right here. Okay? So that was a root that was going down. And then as it goes down, it starts pushing out exudates. And it's converting your clay, like we've got a very clay topsoil or base, it's converting clay into soil. It's not that we're necessarily growing soil on top. We're doing that a little bit, but the most efficient way and the best way to grow soil is through the exudates out of the root tips. Okay, we're growing soil. And also having those roots decompose. When the plants go dormant, they'll slough off, or when they get grazed, they'll slough off roots, and then those roots will break down into organic matter. Okay, so we're growing, by leaving residue on top, we're growing a little bit of soil up here. The exudates being pushed into the ground, we're growing soil there, and when the roots decompose, we're growing soil there. Okay, so my job is to take the sun and convert it into topsoil.
So is there a proportion of the top grade area equaling what is lost below ground on the root system?
The root system is a much better way to grow soil because the carbon ends up being much more stable. In a really healthy soil, the residue you leave on top can be breaking down as fast as you leave it there. But the fastest and best way to grow soil is through the root system. Okay. We've had a carbon sequestration study done on our ranch for the last 3 years. They finished this fall, and hopefully I've got a presentation to do on it in a month, so I hope we get all the results before then. But they did 3 years. The University of Alberta came out to our place. This was a prairie-wide study. They hit 30 different locations, 60 different sites, because they compared a regeneratively grazed pasture to a conventionally raised pasture. Okay, so the history behind these two pieces of land, these are kitty corner. So they're a kitty corner of a fence across. There's a little bit of a gap between where they actually did the testing, but it was basically the quarters or kitty corner. History on here is about 40 to 50 years ago, they were bulldozed. Okay, naturally we're in gray wooded soil, so it was forest. But any of the land that's open pretty well, somebody bulldozed it 50 years ago. So it's as native as it would get, other than the fact that it should be trees. So it was continuously grazed, both pieces, for since then. There's too many rocks, there's too many hills, there's no way it was ever cultivated. And 12 years ago, I took over the left-hand side. Okay, so I've converted it, I've changed it into topsoil, just by using the root systems. Okay. So, regenerative agriculture, we need a polyculture of plants, which gives us a polyculture of roots, which gives us a polyculture of bugs. Okay, soil life. We need to get that polyculture. I'm going to tell you right now, a monoculture is ugly. Okay, you guys all know that song that she ain't pretty, she just looks that way? Yeah, her personality ain't so good. Yeah, that's what a monoculture is to me. Okay, you guys probably don't have a lot of canola out here, but to me, canola is ugly. It's ugly. It's ugly to a bee. Okay, pollinators need flowering plants all year long, not just in 2 weeks in the midsummer. Okay, we need a polyculture. Now, I'm not totally against canola, but we need to integrate it as a polyculture, right? If we're going to use it, it should be in a polyculture. I've got a grain farmer working with me. He does peas and canola together, and we're trying to add in different species in there as well. So it's just the monoculture that I'm I don't like. So, especially to a bee, this is the the whole idea is to get these polycultures in there so we've got beneficial insects, beneficial critters below the soil surface and above. Okay, a bee needs flowers. This is the latest edition of Play Bee magazine. They need a variety. Okay, they need to be able to have a lot of different flowers. If you're interested, my 14-year-old daughter just wrote an article that was published in the Stockman Grass Farmer and the Canadian Cattleman magazine about weed management. In my opinion, best article ever written on weeds.
It was very good.
I'm a little biased, but yeah, she did a really good job. Very impressed. If you want to read it, it'll explain how to manage, not eradicate, but how to manage weeds. And she'll put quotation marks every time she says weeds, because there's no such thing as a weed. But if you go to the Canadian Cattleman website, you can just, in the little search icon, just put Dana Kenyon, and it'll pop up for you. So, really good article. She's just another weed hugger. Okay, so how do I do this? I've been ranching for 20 years. I've never owned a tractor. Okay, I still don't. A few years ago, I bought a backhoe, but I use it for building riparian areas, right? Water sites and dams and things like that. I think I've moved like 3 bales with it since I've owned it, right? So I don't really use it as a tractor at all. But so I don't do any tillage. I don't do any, any equipment use at all. This is a quad-mounted spreader on the back of this truck. So I can mount it on my quad, or I can mount it on the tailgate of the truck. Tailgate's easy because you can have all the seed with you. You don't have to be running back for seed all the time when it runs out. I can do about 300 acres in a day spreading this. So this was last spring. We've got canola stubble. So this had been a grain field for many years, and then I took it over. So they had 2 years of canola back to back, and then I took it over. So I broadcast a 21 different species mix. Now, the polyculture I want is a variety of root systems. Okay, so oats and barley are pretty well the same root system. So I want quite a variety of root systems. 21 different species we broadcasted on. We kind of did a half rate going one way and a half rate going the other way, so we got pretty good coverage.
Is this this seed mix? Is this something that you designed yourself, and somebody makes it at the feed store or something?
This is pretty redneck.
Okay.
Yeah, I buy whatever seeds I can. I'm not real fussy on what they are. I just want a whole bunch of different types of root systems.
Yeah.
I got 6 or 7 bags for free.
Okay.
Went into the seed guy and I said, "What do you got for broken bags? Give me the deal. What do you got for discounts?" And yeah, I got a bunch of bags for free. I got some
mix it
at
all up
discounted.
yourself and-
Mix it up, you bet. Throw it in there. So it's called broadcast and trample. Okay, so I use the cattle to harrow it in. So we broadcast this all out there. I waited for just before a rainstorm, right? Watch for the weather. Do it right before a rainstorm. You're going to get a better catch. We broadcast it out there. Then I turned the cows out there for 2 days, and they walked all over it. So they got all this volunteer canola and all volunteer stuff coming up. So they had some food out there, but I made them graze it right to the ground. So then we turned them out there, and they grazed it down. And then the next grazing was in early August, and this is what it looked like. Where'd the fertility come from? I didn't put a lick of fertilizer on there.
From the air.
Growth, right? We got our rain, right? If we would have had a drought, then this wouldn't have happened this good. But we got the rain. Where'd the nitrogen come from? Okay, we had 7 or 8 different types of legumes in here, right? We're pulling nitrogen from the air. Okay. So that's a pretty good crop. So a variety of different crops. We had C3 plants, C4 plants, so that's warm season and cool season. We had annuals, we had perennials, we had legumes, we had grasses, we had taproots, we had creeping grasses, we had bunch grasses. A variety of root systems are going to give you a variety of soil organisms, and that's where you get all the fertility from. Okay, there is no nitrogen deficient plants in nature. It doesn't happen. The only place we have nitrogen deficiencies is in our agricultural soils. Okay, because we need to build biology. So there's a little critter called the water bear. I think he's called the tregagare or something like that too, but he's a water bear. Anybody know what he is? Tiny little microscopic critter. He is the toughest critter on the planet. Okay, it's really hard to kill him. He can live anywhere. He can live in the bottom of the ocean under very high pressure. He can live in minus 70 degree weather. He can live in plus 70 degree weather. They sent him into space and brought him back. He was still alive. He can dehydrate his body to 3% moisture for 4 or 5 years, and he's still alive. Okay, he's like indestructible. Do you know the only place on the planet he can't live?
Monoculture.
In our agricultural soils.
Right.
We've killed him. If life on the planet ever gets destroyed, life will restart with the water bear. Okay, he's the one that's going to survive and be able to start from that microscopic level again. Okay, he's tough, but we've learned how to kill him. So if we can kill him, guess what we do to everything else that's not so tough? Okay. We need to develop that biology in our soil again. Okay, so pretty. The big wide plant, that was Japanese millet. It was kind of a surprise that I got for free, and boy, it really kicked into gear there too. So biology. We need to build biology. I call them my employees. They work for room and board. Okay. Really cheap though. I don't have to pay them. I just got to give them food, water, and shelter. They work tirelessly for me. Right? They never take a sick day. They never complain. They don't ever retire. They work until they die. Anybody want to come work for me? I'm taking resumes. No? So all these critters, 1 cup of healthy soil can have up to 6 billion organisms in it. Okay? The problem is we don't have very much healthy soil anymore. Right? We've killed it. So we've got to start working on that. You guys want free fertilizer? You want to have crops like I just showed you? You need to work with the underground black market. Did you guys know it's a secret? Shh, it's a secret. Nobody knows it's underground black market. Do you know who doesn't want you to know about it? Big ag. Big ag. Okay? So we need to work with this. So you know the black market's always controlled by the mob, right? It's the mob. Okay, who's the mob?
Cows, the livestock.
No. The plants. They control this underground black market because they control the currency. Currency is sugar. That's the money down there. Okay, everybody wants sugar. Who produces it? The plants. They're the only thing on the planet that can capture sunlight. Okay, so they've got all the sugar. So if there's a soil organism, a little bacteria or a bug or a fungus, they want sugar. What do they got to do? They got to trade with the plants. So you guys all know that legumes make nitrogen, right? That's what I used to think too. No, they don't. What makes nitrogen? What can pull nitrogen from the air? The rhizobium, the bacteria associated with the legume. Okay? They set up a symbiotic relationship. So they make nodules on the roots of the plant, so the plant gives them a place to work. The rhizobium pulls nitrogen out of the air and gives it to the plant in return for a molecule of sugar. Fair trade. So it's the rhizobium, the bacteria, that actually pulls the nitrogen from the air, not the plant. The plant just works with them. Okay? So it's the bacteria we need. This trading, this black market works back and forth. It's a fair trade, right? Sugar for nitrogen. Every nutrient that the plant needs, it's going to trade with some critter to be able to get it, right? A molecule of copper for a molecule of sugar. It's a black market. We got to keep that black market going. Okay. There's millions and millions of bacteria. I'm not even going to attempt to tell you I know anything about them. Like I said, I just about failed microbiology. But there's 4 different types. Okay, so there's decomposers. They're good at recycling. They break down manure. They break down litter into organic matter. They're very needed in our soil. Mutualists, those are the ones that are dealing in the black market, right? They're finding elements for the plant in exchange for sugar. Pathogens, which are not always bad. I heard a fellow say at the Soils Conference in December, he said that we need to celebrate the life of the soil organisms, but we also have to celebrate their death. Kind of dark, eh? But it's true. If you throw out a bunch of straw on your land, right, or you put some bedding out there, as that starts to decompose, it'll actually take nitrogen from your soil. Okay, you'll have a nitrogen deficiency because all those bacteria that are decomposing that straw use up the nitrogen to build their bodies. Okay, while they decompose the straw, you're nitrogen deficient. and your plants aren't going to do very well. But when they're done, they're going to die. When they run out of a food source, they die, and all that nitrogen goes back. So it's just a temporary setback in nitrogen. If you threw hay out there, they would have enough protein, they wouldn't have to do that. Okay, so but we've got to be. Their death is just as important as their life, is what I'm saying. We get that nutrients back. Okay, it's all nutrient recycling. So pathogens, they're not always bad. For every bad critter we have in our environment, there's 1,700 good ones. Okay, so again, that pathogen is going to come in there and kill off some of those other prey and recycle nutrients. Right, we start moving it up the chain. So the life and the death of them is just as important. And then there's litrotrophs. They're nitrogen cycling and pollutant degradation. Right, we put a lot of poisons into our soil, right? But they don't build up. They disappear. It's because we've got bacteria there that break things down. I'm from Alberta. We got a lot of oil field out there. Do you guys know that an oil spill is not really that big of a deal? Everybody panics over oil spills. Not that big of a deal. They clean it up best they can. Then they release the bacteria, and they basically decompose it. They eat it. They break it down to not much. You can heal land really easily with an oil spill. Now, when they pull oil out of the ground, you also get oil, sand, and salt water. You get a salt water spill on the ground, pretty serious stuff. We had land that wouldn't grow anything for like 30 years because of salt water spills. Okay, but anyway, just as a side note, these litrotrophs can degrade the poisons that we put out there. They can break them down and neutralize them. So we need them out there too. Okay, so they're important. There's lots of different bacteria out there. I'm not claiming I know very much about them, but we need them. I need that biology. You guys ever heard of mycorrhizae fungi? Okay, these guys are real fun guys to have on your farm. No? Okay. So they're a network of arbuscules and hyphae that spread out in the soil. They actually attach to the roots of the plants, and they form a network between plants and within the soil. So the picture here on the left-hand side is just a plant with a root system, and on the right-hand side is that with a mycorrhizae fungi network intact. It basically, they're not root hairs, but I'm going to call them root hairs for sake of argument here today. It'll extend the root hairs of a plant 1,000-fold. Can you imagine how much more nutrients you could get with 1,000 times more reach? Okay. This is pretty important. Now, they didn't even really know agriculture soils had mycorrhizae fungi until about the mid-'80s. Right? So this is a relatively new study. Even the mycorrhizae fungi experts say they don't really know anything about it. Okay? But we know that it's supposed to be here. The problem is we've been killing it for so many years that we didn't know they were here. Under jungles and under forests, yes, we knew that there was fungus under there, that we're interconnecting it. You guys ever seen Avatar? Right? The little blue, everything's connected, everything's intertwined. Well, where do you think they got it from? Mycorrhizae fungi. Okay, it's this communication network. And they actually communicate between plants because of mycorrhizae fungi. In studies they've done numerous times, if there's the roots aren't touching, but the mycorrhizae fungi is touching, they'll introduce a disease or a pest to this plant over here, and through the mycorrhizae fungi network, the plants over here will start building up resistance to it. Right? They're actually transporting information back and forth. Really neat stuff. Okay. So, got a bit of a story to tell. I've had a few exchange students come work at my operation, and one of my favorite ones was Pablo. I'm going to tell a couple of stories about Pablo today. He's from Bogota, Colombia. Okay, so right on the equator. And he came up to our place one time, and I was taking him on tours, right? It was for an educational thing for him. He was still with the University of Bogota. So we took him around and showed him different things. I went down to a friend's place, and we saw a pasture operation in southern Alberta. And we're looking at fencing and water systems and stuff, but a little background on this. It used to be a grain farm. Okay, so they used to grain farm it, and there was piles of rocks along the edge and in the corners. And so Pablo gets this weird look on his face, and I got used to him. What he's doing is converting English to Spanish, right? He's going to ask a question. So I just stopped. I said, okay, Pablo, what's your question? I know you're going to ask a question. He said, well, I'm confused. Why do you have piles of rocks in the corner of your field? Right? And he's like, he just doesn't get it. And my buddy is a bit of a smartass at the time. He said, well, I just haven't had time to spread those yet. Right? We all laugh. Pablo's like, oh, okay. I'm like, Pablo, you know that's a joke, right? He's like, no, why? So, background to that. In Colombia, 15, 20 years ago, I don't know if it's changed now, but this is when he was here. He said the rich farmer comes in and wipes out the rainforest, and they farm it for about 4 to 5 years. And they don't have the modern technology or the fertilizers and everything that we had, so they would farm it for 4 or 5 years and completely deplete the soil of nutrients. That's all it took. From a rainforest, 4 or 5 years, there's no nutrients left. Then it was useless from that point on, so they would turn that land over to the poor farmer. So the poor farmer had to figure out how to make a living on this land that's dead. And they found that the land with more rocks in it was more fertile. So I'm like, really? That's got to be slow, eh? Like weathering on rocks? That's got to be slow fertility, right? So this was 15, 16, 17 years ago. Okay? And then a few years ago, I learned about mycorrhizae fungi. And you know what one of their abilities is? You know how I said that the plant roots will push out exudates through the root tips as it's growing? Well, mycorrhizae fungi in their hyphae, the root tips, they push out an acid that can decompose stone. So, rainforest, mycorrhizae fungi, and stone is more valuable because of fertility. You can actually pull nutrients right from rock, or stone, or pebbles, sand, right? You could pull it right out of sand. So mycorrhizae fungi is a very powerful tool for us. It transports nutrients to the plant. Same thing in a molecule of sugar in exchange for a molecule of phosphorus. One of the big advantages mycorrhizae fungi has is phosphorus. You know how phosphorus is bound up in the soil? We talk about that all the time. It's there, but it's not available. Well, that's why we need mycorrhizae fungi. It's really good at getting phosphorus. It'll just start trucking phosphorus into the plant left and right. Okay? And the mob is a pretty tough guy to deal with, right? You don't want to be double cross the mob, right? Okay? Because if you run out of nutrients, you got this system of hyphae going out into this little patch of phosphorus, and you're bringing phosphorus to the plant, and you run out, the plant cuts them off. No more sugar for you. They let it die, and they start putting sugar to another one that's bringing stuff in. So this is life and death for these critters. They got to get nutrients to the plants. Okay? The other bonus is this 1,000-fold network of root systems brings water to the plants. Okay? It can bring water. So in a drought situation, an intact mycorrhizae fungi network, you don't have a drought. You can reach 1,000-fold more distance. So really important to have this in your land. Am I not standing right?
No, you're good.
Sorry. So what happens if you fertilize your field?
Kill the mycorrhizae fungi.
Well, you give the plants free fertilizer, free nutrients. So then the plant goes, oh, I'm getting fertilizer for free. I don't need you. And they cut off the sugar supply, and the plants kill the mycorrhizae fungi, right?
Oh, wow, it's not the fertilizer itself?
Could be. Change in pH could definitely do it, but the plant doesn't need it anymore. So why would it give the sugars, right? So the plants don't think that far ahead. When the drought hits now, who's going to bring water? Okay, so we need to keep that intact, and don't put them out of a job, right? They're our employees. We got to give them something to do. You put fertilizer out there, we lose our employees. Okay, that can pull nutrients right from a rock. That's impressive. A friend of mine, Dr. Matt Van Steelen, he's a veterinarian from Manitoba. He said this, quoted that at a seminar one time. We need to replace pharmacology with farm ecology. Okay, think we can do that? Piece of cake. So, there's only 4 nutrients that we need to manage. Okay, the plant gets 97.5% of the nutrients. How do I help the plants get that? They do all the heavy lifting. They're the mob. They're the tough guys. Okay, so how do we get carbon? You guys know what the carbon cycle is? Well, you don't need to know. Okay, you need to know what comes from the air. It's the plants and the soil organisms that get it, and the livestock need to recycle it. Okay, I call them my solar powered energy converters. It's a new technology. They're completely portable. They reproduce themselves. They're a very beneficial tool in our operation. See, we look at the cow as our be-all and end-all. I look at her as a tool in the system. Okay, a cow is 80% inefficient. 80% of what goes in the front end comes out the back end. Okay, all ruminants are like that. So sheep and goats and everything else. 80% comes out the back end. She's my employee. She works for me. Her pay is 20%. That's for her living expenses. 80% comes out the back because her job is to recycle nutrients in my system. Okay, that's important. So we got to add carbon into the soil. How do you get more photosynthesis? As a producer, we need to do it more of it. Okay, so we need to increase the time and the density in the leaf area. That's how I get more sunshine. Okay. When Pablo showed up at my place, so he's right on the equator. Okay, Bogota, Colombia is pretty well right on the equator. He showed up at my place on January 9th. It was minus 6 degrees. It's like t-shirt weather for us, right? And he swore he was going to lose his ears. He was so worried, his ears were tingling. Somebody in Colombia told him, when you go to Canada, don't lose your ears. So like, is there a bunch of Canadians traveling around with no ears? Right? I don't understand that, but anyway. So I gave him a toque. He was good. He didn't know what a toque was, but now he does. So he was absolutely shocked when he came to my place. This was in 2005, I think, was the first time he showed up at our place. We were swath grazing that winter, and he said, I can't believe you can graze through an 8-month dormant season. Like, it blew him away. He didn't get that. We were swath grazing, and we went right through that winter. In Colombia, they have a 3-month dry season. It just doesn't rain for 3 months. And they actually feed silage during that period. And he was just shocked that they can't get through a 3-month dry season. And just a quick question for you. How much silage would you feed to your livestock if you had to harvest it and feed it out of 25 kilogram bags? Be a little bit of work, eh? Their advantage is they have very low labor. Lots of low labor, right? You can hire 100 Colombians to come work and bag silage for the day. Okay, so they don't have all the equipment down there. So this 8-month dormant season, I'm like, yeah, we can do that. But then it clicked in my head that time. 8 months. That means we only have 4 months to grow grass. I didn't even think about that before. Do we have an advantage over them or a disadvantage? They have a 3-month dry season, right? They're growing a lot of grass down there. Like, wow. So how do I get more? I'm kind of greedy. How do I get more? I want more days. Can I lengthen the growing season? What's your growing season here?
6 months.
Actual growing season? Like when it's green?
4 to 5 months, depends on the frost.
Okay. So I'm about 4 months, maybe 4.5 months. So we say 5 months for you guys?
Yeah.
Just for argument's sake? Okay, let's say 5 months. So can I extend that any way? Not really, right? Pretty tough. It's every year it changes a little bit, but I don't really have control on that. That's nature. So, but I do want to favor the grass to get an early spring start. As soon as the temperature's ready, I want my plants jumping out of the ground. Okay, I want them just jumping out. I don't want anything slowing them down. So here's a photo at Greener Pastures Ranching. This is my side of the fence, and this is the neighbor's side of the fence. Okay. We both turned out animals on May 15th. Okay, I turned about 250 cow-calf pairs onto 15 acres in a rotational grazing system. They turned about 25 cow-calf pairs onto 160 acres in a continuous grazing situation, right? So totally different management. I've got what? 6 to 8 inches of growth there. Okay, and he's got what? Like nothing. Okay, let's zoom in here a little bit. You see the dandelions there? We've got dandelions this tall in flower already. Okay, what's happening? These are desperate little plants. Okay, there's no nutrients, there's no moisture. I mean, dandelions have a taproot, right? They should be digging deep and getting moisture. There's no moisture over there. Okay, I've had dandelions in some of my fields in really good years. I've had dandelion plants like this big around. Leaves are this long. Wow. I remember one year I actually picked some. I'm like, wow, those are huge. I picked some. I took them into my landowners. Like, do you know what kind of plant this is? And they're like, I don't know. Was that stinging nettle? I don't know. It's dandelion. They pull one off their lawn and put it beside it, right? Like, it's just massive. So these plants want to grow as big and as voluptuous as they can to put out as many seeds as they can. right? That's their goal. But when conditions are harsh, they just grow a little bit and put out a few seeds. They're desperate. Okay, so that is a desperate little plant. What about the urine patches? See all the urine patches out here? What does that tell you?
Their soil's depleted or something.
Yeah, the soil is lacking. There's no nutrient recycling out there. If that urine, because 80% of the nitrogen out the back end of the ruminant is in the pee. Okay, so if we've got that much benefit from that little area because we added nitrogen, that means the rest of it is terrible. Okay, so urine patches, not a good thing. Where's my urine patches? Did my cows not pee last year? Did I run behind them and collect it all and save it? No.
Providing it all.
It just absorbs in, and everything is everything has the nutrients already available. Okay, so you guys tell me, how far ahead of him am I? 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month?
Yeah.
2 weeks, 3 weeks?
He'll never catch up.
He'll never catch up. You're right.
Right on.
But you guys okay with 2 weeks, at least, or more? Okay, so do you know what 2 weeks of grass growth means to me on a custom grazing operation of 3,500 acres? 15 grand is 2 weeks. We're gonna get to that though. 15 grand. Okay. I'm gonna use your guys' number. If you got 5 months worth of growing season, he's down to 4.5. Ouch. Okay. What about late season growth? Okay, if I'm out there grazing in the fall, this is the same fence line photo on the same year. Okay, so I've got stage 2 vegetative grass still out here collecting sunlight, right? That's what we're trying to do, is collect more sunlight. Stage 1 grasses are really short, tiny little grasses, not collecting a lot of sunlight. There's not a lot of green matter. Stage 2 is the vegetative state. What we're seeing here, collecting a lot of sunlight, the most efficient stage. Stage 3 is when it's going to seed, right? It's yellowing off, it's not going to be collecting very much sunlight anymore. So stage 2 is our most efficient. So what does our neighbor have over here? Oh, Canada thistle. Why'd we get our name on it, by the way? It comes from Eastern Europe. Didn't even come from here. So anyway, Canada thistle, yeah, and it's gone to flower. So how much sunlight is it capturing? Not very much. Okay, it's stage 3 grasses or plants, and in the background you can see a bunch of stage 3 grasses already matured and gone to seed, not collecting sunlight. And in between, there's probably a whole bunch of stage 1 grasses that have been nibbled off, probably gone dormant. How much sunlight is he capturing? Okay, is it fair to say I've got at least 2 more weeks in the fall? Okay, so that's another 15 grand. He's down to 4 months of growing season. I've still got 5. Remember I said I'm greedy? I want all 5. All 5. Okay. So, and I talked about that, increasing the rate of growth throughout the whole season. If I can keep my plants in stage 2, we're just going to be collecting more sunlight. Okay. The carbon sequestration study that was done on our ranch, one of the things that they tested was albedo, which is the amount of light that comes down versus the amount of light that is reflected. Okay. So they actually had a drone that they flew out there, and it was measuring sun this way and measuring sun coming back. And that was one of the tests. So if you think about it, the amount of sun that comes down, we need green growing plants to absorb it. Okay? If it hits soil, anything else other than green growing plants, it's reflected back. Okay? So we need to collect as much of it as we can. So by having those plants in stage 2 all the time, we're going to be collecting more sunlight. Okay? We don't want to have it hitting soil. We don't want to have it hitting mature plants. We want green growing. Okay? So we're just going to collect more sunlight than he does. Have you guys ever had a drought? Yeah.
It's hard to call it a drought.
Yeah.
To you,
Yeah, maybe not. Well, we're not bad. Our average growing season precipitation is 15 inches. Okay, I'm originally from Saskatchewan, where the average was about 7. A friend of mine down in southern Alberta, he talks about making hay is pretty easy for him. He says, because we only have, on average, about 6 days of precipitation a year. So it's not hard to put up dry hay down there, but it's not very much hay. So, but in a drought, in your environment, makes a big difference. So on that picture that we just showed, the fence line photo, what do you think happens if we go a month without rain? What happens to my neighbor's side?
Burns up. Burns right up.
Turns brown probably after about 2 weeks. Okay. my side of the fence, because I'm building water holding capacity and I'm leaving that residue on top and holding on to moisture, I can go 2 months without rain. And my plants don't even hesitate. I'll start to get a little bit of browning maybe on the hills after 2 months. But if we went a month without rain, my plants wouldn't even hesitate. They're still growing. The neighbors would probably shut down after 2 weeks. Okay, so that's another 2 weeks off his growing season. Okay, we're now down to what, 3.5 months of growing season for him? I've still got 5. And now we're up to 45 grand. Okay, that's a big difference at the end of my day. Do I want my pastures looking like his? Not at all. Okay, and again, that nutrients availability, those urine patches, we're just growing more grass than him because we've got that nutrient cycling all the time. Okay, so do you guys want to capture more sunlight? We need carbon. We need to do as much of it as we can. Keep it going. Okay, we also got to cover the ground and improve the species. Okay, there's a lot of species out there that aren't very efficient at harvesting sunlight. The more desirable species we want are the grasses and the wide leaf grasses that are going to collect more sunlight. We want to cover the ground. So I end up taking over a lot of pastures like this. Right? They've been overgrazed for 30 years, and of course the last year the guy knew he was giving it up, so he grazed it extra hard. Right? Hammered it. So this is what I get to take over all the time. What's the most important nutrient? Water. Okay, so the first thing I'm trying to get is water. How do I do that? I need to leave some residue, right? I need to start being able to hold on to water. So in this example, kind of a slower but cheaper rejuvenation technique is I just leave residue. Okay, so this example, this was through a drought. We had 2 years of drought in a row. The first grazing, I basically walked the cattle through it. It came up, I just wanted a little bit of stimulation, a little bit of animal impact, nip a couple of the, a few of the plants off, because if you've got a plant that comes up with a blade of grass, if you can nip that one off of just a little bit, sometimes it'll trigger the plant to put up 2 more. Right? The plant says, hey, something happened here. So we need a little bit of stimulation, that animal impact. A little bit of poop out there, a little bit of urine, try and get it started, but I left as much residue as I can. Didn't make a lot of money off this. I mean, I can't do this on all my property in 1 year or I'd be broke. Right? There's an economic versus a financial decision. So I did it on this one paddock. Walked them through real quick and then off. Didn't graze it the second time until after the killing frost, and same thing, left as much residue as I could. Just basically walked them across it. Year 2, same thing in the spring. Walked them across it. Got a little bit of stimulation, but got them off, left lots of residue. The second grazing on the second year, this is what it looked like. Okay. Most important thing for me is to get that residue out there. Okay, we need to start building up water holding capacity. Okay. Now there's quicker ways I could probably do this if you zero till into it or whatever. Depends on the rain, because I've done some zero till a few times now, and it just seems like every time I do it, I spend that money, we get a drought, and then it doesn't work. So you tell me what the weather's going to be like, and I'm going to tell you whether it's going to work or not. Okay, but we need to get that started. But yeah, covering the ground, that's the most important thing for me. We're going to harvest more sunlight when we get more green matter out there. I don't want to have any dirt showing, because dirt reflects sunlight. We've got to cover it with green grass. Okay. This is what that pasture looks like last summer. Okay, it's a diverse polyculture of plants that collects a lot of sunlight.
Did you do seeding in that area?
I might have broadcast over the years a few times, but yeah, never ripped it up, never fertilized it, never did anything. We also need to get nitrogen. You guys know what the nitrogen cycle? You don't need to know it. Okay? You need to know that nitrogen comes from the air. 78% of the air you breathe is nitrogen. Why would you ever buy any? Right here. More than carbon. 78% in the air. Right? We just need the plants and the soil organisms to get it. And we need the livestock to recycle it. Okay, that's an important part of this too. We were just at the soils conference in Camrose, the organic soils conference, and one of the presenters up there was talking about alfalfa and how it will produce 80% of its own nitrogen. We know that's wrong, though, right? It's the bacteria that does, not the alfalfa. But they say alfalfa will produce 80% of its own nitrogen. Now, I used to think it would produce 100%. Okay, I had and actually this is why I thought that. I had a bus tour show up on my property one time. And I was really new at this. This is a long time ago. I was really new at this. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to show people my fencing and Here's my water systems, and oh, here's an alfalfa plant. I need these alfalfa plants because they fertilize my grass. That's what I said to everybody. And I didn't realize it at the time, but there was a grazing expert on the bus from the government. And he said, I still remember this sentence. And I said, Steve, I'm going to stop you right there. I will not have you misinform these producers. I'm like, what did they say? I don't know what I said. He said it's been proven many times that that alfalfa plant will only produce enough nitrogen for itself. I'm like, oh. I was a bit of a smart ass back then. I said, let's say I believe you, which I don't. But let's say you're right. You're saying this alfalfa plant will produce 100% of its own nitrogen. He says, yeah. Okay, my cow comes along and grazes that plant. And then she poops over here and she pees over here. Am I fertilizing those grasses? Yeah, okay. Now my plant will regrow on the second grazing and grow another 100% of its own nitrogen, right? Yeah. Now she poops over here and pees over here. Point taken. He didn't say much more for the rest of the session. Okay. And, recently I've learned that alfalfa will only produce 80%. So it actually has to take 20% from your ground. So I'm not saying that the plants don't use fertility from the soil. That's just a storage spot. We need to get it from the air and replace it. It's part of the cycle. So there is nitrogen in your soil. I agree, 100%. But if we take it out of there, we need to replace it from the air. Okay, fair enough? So if that alfalfa can only produce 80%, it needs to pull 20% from the ground. Where did that 20% come from? Last year's 80% that it grew. Okay, so it's a cycle. Everything's cycling through it. It is producing its own nitrogen. Now, a few years ago at a different soils conference I was at, there was another study on clovers. I wish they would do them all together instead of have them all separate. But anyway, it was on clovers. Now, red clover was like alfalfa. It produced about 80% of its own nitrogen. Alsite clover was neutral, so it produced 100% of its own nitrogen. It didn't give any anywhere, but it didn't take any. And then white clover, which is a really low-growing, low production, nobody likes it, right? It produces more fertility than it uses. So it actually gives to the other plants in the growing year. So why didn't I believe him? Guess what our weed in our lawn is? White clover, right? I've seen grasses grown by a white clover plant that are much greener than away from it. Okay, so that's where I come from. I have lots of white clover, and it's a net giver to the soil in the growing season. So I think every crop should have white clover underneath it. If you're growing any type of crop, it should have white clover. It's pushing nitrogen into your soil. So we need to get that, but we need the livestock to be recycling it, to keep it in the system. Okay. So that's carbon and nitrogen, right? Pretty easy to get. How much money have I spent? Not very much. Not very much. Okay, let's get hydrogen and oxygen. Is that a tough one to get? Just water. Have you guys heard lately there's a lot of talk and hype? There's this thing they're calling, climate change. You guys heard about that? It's pretty popular, isn't it? It's a huge movement right now. Whether you believe in it or not, it's an issue. We're going to have to deal with it. And right now, all the issues with climate change, so droughts, flooding, mass storms, fires, all of these things that are being caused by climate change, we can control them and affect them with the water cycle. Okay, every one of them we can manage. And there's no one on the planet that has as much ability to manage or mismanage the water cycle as farmers. The problem is most of the agriculture today is mismanaging it. Okay, we need to build a healthy water cycle. Right? We can blame our urban cousins for all the concrete and all the pavement, right? All that water running off there and causing issues. But really, how much land do they have compared to us? Not even close, right? We have so much land, and we have water running off it just as fast and just as bad. Okay. So, but we can fix this. We can be the solution instead of the problem. Okay. So, a water cycle is really important to me. We need to improve our effective rainfall. Remember I said the light bulb at the beginning? Regenerative agriculture. If we can improve our effective rainfall, we can make massive differences in our environment and your farm. That's the bonus, is we can improve our farms a lot more. So effective rainfall is what your plants get to use. Okay, actual rainfall is what nature gives us. So what ends up in the rain gauge. Okay, there's a difference, and sometimes a big difference. So there's 4 ways we can actually lose moisture in our system. Number 1 is runoff. Okay, runoff is pretty obvious. When it comes down, like if you're looking at the pavement, right, it comes down and just runs off and down the creek and down the ditch and out into the rivers and gone. On our agricultural soils, it happens the same way. Now, let's look at it at a microscopic level. A little bit different. One raindrop comes down, hurling down from the sky. If it hits bare exposed soil, it's like a hand grenade going off. It's a small explosion. Remember that aggregation I talked about, how the exudates would glue silt, sand, and clay together, form a nice clump? Well, that raindrop comes down and explodes, like an explosion, and breaks that apart. So now we're back to silt, sand, and clay and organic matter. And it causes a smooth surface. You guys have all seen it when it dries up. It's that smooth surface with cracks through it. Okay, that's called a capped soil. That first raindrop did that. It damaged the soil structure. Now, the second raindrop comes down, can't get through it. Can't penetrate through that, and it has to run off. And what does it take with it when it runs off? All the rocks? No, just make sure you're awake. No, it takes all the organic matter, all those sugars that we just put in there. Okay, and we're washing them into our water systems, and we're washing them into the creeks and rivers. Right? So we've got to stop that first raindrop from hitting the topsoil, because we need it to penetrate through. Remember I said the plants are the tough guys? Okay, we call it soil armor. The plants are a lot stronger than the raindrops. Raindrops are a lot stronger than the soil. So we need that soil armor to protect it. So that first raindrop that comes down now, if it hits live or dead plant material, now the raindrop bursts into tiny little particles. And now those particles will soak down into the soil gently and not damage the soil. Okay, so that soil armor is crucial for our water cycle. We need to stop that runoff. Okay. Another way is evaporation. Okay, water just evaporates. It's pretty common. You spill some on the table of it. Over a little amount of time, it will evaporate. Just that's how it happens. The difference here in our soil profile is that water, once it's in the soil, doesn't move by gravity anymore. So rainfall comes down by gravity, right? But once it's in the soil, it no longer works by gravity. It now works by diffusion, which diffusion is a movement from an area of greater concentration to an area of lesser concentration. So wet to dry. So picture your soil, some exposed bare soil. The wind's blowing across it. The sun's beating down on it, warming it up. The top moisture will just evaporate. Okay. At that point, moisture from underneath will actually move up from wet to dry. Okay, and then it'll evaporate. And then more moisture will move up because it's dry. And it'll evaporate. Okay. What we've caused is a reverse water cycle. Okay, we have moisture evaporating out of our soils, forming clouds, precipitating down, capping the soil, causing runoff, and we're filling our creeks and our rivers from above ground runoff. Okay, that's a reverse water cycle. Not a good thing. A healthy water cycle should have water evaporating from our lakes and rivers, forming clouds, raining down, soaking in through the soil profile, infiltrating through, number 3, infiltrating through, and filling your creeks and dugouts and sloughs from underground. That's how a healthy water cycle is supposed to work. Okay? Problem is we don't have very much healthy water cycle left in agriculture. Right? We've got it all going the other way. So infiltration is another way you could lose water from your soil. If you've got a really sandy soil, right, it'll just soak away too fast and it disappears and then it dries out. So we need to build water holding capacity to hold on to water. We can build organic matter into that soil and put humus in there, and humus will hold 9 times its weight in water. Okay, so we got to hold on. We want to slow the infiltration down. A healthy water cycle, infiltration is a good thing, but we don't want to do it too quickly either. We want to hold on to that water. So if you ever get to see a healthy water cycle in action, it's very rewarding. I've seen it a couple times on my ranch now that I've got the water holding capacity built up. In our area, according to our government stats, we've had 7 years of drought in the last 11. Okay, so we've had less rainfall than normal in the last 11. I think 4 of those are severe, quite severe droughts for our area. And in those severe droughts, we always get them in twos. We'll get 2 years of drought in a row, and then we'll be wet again. By the end of the second year, we're running out of water for the cattle to drink. Okay, like, we don't have very good wells. We don't have a lot of water. We rely on snow melt to fill our dugouts. You guys know what a dugout is, right? Some places don't call them dugouts. A pond. After 2 years of drought, they're getting pretty empty. And I'm getting pretty worried about what do I do when we run out of water, because watering 800 head of cattle is a big job. And then all of a sudden, after this drought, severe drought comes, we'll get a severe rainstorm. Right? A couple of years ago, we got 6 inches of rain in 36 hours. Right? Just was down. And I remember that the ditches were flowing, right? Just flowing down the ditches. They were kayaking across the parking lot in the grocery store. Right? There was just water flooded everywhere. And everybody's dugouts were filling and overflowing and pouring out. And I went out to my dugouts, 2 of them that I remember specifically, they raised up a foot. What happened?
It's all in your soils and carbon.
Soaked in. You want to know the unbelievable thing about it? 2 weeks later, my dugouts were overflowing out the back.
Right.
It's really cool to see, right? That water soaked into the ground, soaked down, infiltrated slowly. It took 2 weeks, and then it filled the dugouts from the bottom. Right? Very rewarding to see that. If we could do that on a global scale, what do you think would happen to climate change? We would reduce the number and severity of droughts. We would reduce the number and severity of flash storms. We'd reduce the number and severity of fires. Okay? We could do this. We just have to work together. Okay? The last one is plant utilization, which is a good one, which is actually effective rainfall. I have more water for my plants to grow, and it's the most important nutrient. Even if you get lots of rain, we need to learn how to manage our soil, to hold on to it when we need it, and to allow it to infiltrate through and get out of there. Okay? A big issue with agriculture is, especially with cropping, is the root systems never get down, and you end up with this hard soil that water can't penetrate through. Okay, a good example of that, I took over a grain field this summer, and we ended up having lots of rain this summer. Like, we were soaked. Nobody got hay up. Nobody. You couldn't even get silage up because you couldn't get in the fields all summer. So we were super wet this year. But this grain field that I took over, we just seeded it down, and for part of the season, a good chunk of this whole pasture, I had like 11 inches of water sitting on top. It just wouldn't go anywhere. Nowhere else on any of my other property do I have that problem. It soaks away. Just sat. And I actually had to dig a little bit of a dugout out in the middle because I couldn't get through the alleyway because it was so wet. So I dug a small dugout out there. I got about 5 feet down with my backhoe. I couldn't get any deeper. It was so hard. So hard. Just incredible how I couldn't dig through that. So the water just had nowhere to go. So I'm thinking in about 5 years I get some root systems digging down deep instead of wheat this deep. I'm going to have plants this deep. We're going to open that up and allow water to infiltrate through. Okay, so we got to fix that. Okay, fix our water cycle. So we got to leave as much residue as you can cash flow. How do we stop the runoff? We leave residue, live or dead plant material. How do we stop the evaporation? Cover the ground so it doesn't evaporate. Right, leave residue. Really important to leave this residue. This side of the fence, I would say that's adequate residue to leave. This side, not so much. Okay, we're not going to be building water holding capacity doing this. So we want to make sure that we're leaving enough residue. I wrote an article a few years ago called Residual Cash Flow. My argument is leave as much residue as you can cash flow. Back in the day when I got started doing this, I had a young family, food on the table, diapers on bums. That was my priority. So if I took every pasture down like this at the end of the season, I probably got an extra $1,000 in my pocket as a custom grazer, right? Every paddock a little bit more. Man, that's a financial decision, right? I need some cash flow. If I could leave it like this though more often, now I'm building residual for next year and the year after. Okay, so it's a short-term cash flow decision versus a long-term sustainability decision. So I understand that some years we have droughts, some years hay is expensive, some years maybe we got to take it like this because of a cash flow decision, a financial decision. But leave as much as you can, as much as you can cash flow. Okay. If I could go back 20 years and tell myself one thing that I should do better, it'd be leave more residue. I had all this rotational grazing going on, but I was taking too much all the time, and I wasn't building up the water holding capacity fast enough. That was what I would say is my biggest mistake I've done, is not leaving enough residue. So this is not new. This is not new. This was a quote from Plato before Christ was born. They knew about the water cycle. They knew about damaging the water cycle and how the land was supposed to hold and absorb the water, but agriculture was wrecking it. Okay? It's incredible how we don't move forward in our thinking. Okay? We know this happens. We have to fix the water cycle. Most important thing we can do. So nutrient recycling, another very important part of regenerative agriculture, trying to recycle it. The plants can bring in new nutrients. The bugs can get us the 2.5% nutrients, but it helps if we can recycle it. Okay? Can you sell your crop without exporting it? Sell your crop without exporting the nutrients. Okay? I think only in a grazing system is this effective. Okay? Matter cannot be created or destroyed. That's a law of physics. Right? There's a set amount of carbon on this planet. There's a set amount of oxygen on this planet. There's a set amount of nitrogen on this planet. Right? You can't create it or destroy it. Okay? The cow does not produce a single molecule of carbon. Right? We're getting blamed all the time for cows burping and farting out methane. Okay? She does not produce a single molecule of carbon. Okay? What she just burped and farted out, she ate out of a plant. That plant just took that carbon out of the air. She just put it back where it came from. All she's doing is recycling it. Every nutrient has a cycle, and we have to work with those cycles. When California has a water shortage, it's not a water shortage. There's a set amount of oxygen and a set amount of hydrogen on this planet. It's a mismanaged cycle. It's not a shortage. It's because we've screwed up the system. Okay, we have to work on building cycles, not, if we can fix the problem, not the symptom, right? The symptom is they're running out of water. Address the problem, then you don't have to run out of water. Okay. So in a grain operation or a crop operation, you're probably exporting 90% of your nutrients off your land. Okay. In a hay operation, you're probably exporting 75 to 80% of your nutrients off your land. Okay. I love guys that make hay. I take their nutrients and bring it into my land. Okay. We've got to be able to figure out how to sell our crop and make a profit at this without exporting all our nutrients. So that's where the grazing animal comes in. Very important for recycling nutrients. 80% comes out the back end. Okay, she gets 20% off the top. And you guys know what this is?
80%.
Do you know what it's doing?
Nothing.
Yeah. This one's weathering. Okay, the nutrients is volatilizing off into the air and running off into our water systems. Okay, a lot of people want to go out and harrow this. You know what happens when you harrow this? You increase the surface area. So you get more volatilization and more runoff into your water systems. Okay, congratulations, it's gone. But not where you want it to do. What do you want it to do? I want it to decompose. Okay, this one would make a good clock if you varnished it. Okay? I want my cow patties to look like this. Okay, in a healthy system, a cow patty should be gone within 3 days.
Really?
Okay? At least a week. If you've got cow patties that are still out there a month or 2 months later or a year later, your system is out. What do you need? Biology. Okay? I've got lots of employees. Okay? They work for room and board. I've got to keep them happy and make sure that they're working. Now we're moving above ground. Okay? So dung beetles, bugs, mites, and insects. What do? This is at the dung beetle bar. Anybody want to come work for me? No? Still no resumes? Okay. It's actually not the adults that eat the manure, it's the larvae that eat the manure. This is kind of before lunch, so you guys okay with this? The adults, actually, they drink the milkshake. They love the milkshake. So have you ever noticed how a cow patty would dehydrate a little bit? Looks like it dries up faster than it should. Well, the adult dung beetles suck out the yummy juices. Their diet consists of the dead rumen bugs. That's what their diet is, the dead rumen bugs. It's the larvae that actually eat the manure, but still kind of gross, eh? Just the milkshake. Okay. So how many people here have dung beetles? Okay. The rest of you are lying if you have livestock. I've never been to a farm that I haven't found at least some dung beetles in the summer. Okay. So the dung beetles don't have common names. They're all Latin, and I'm not really good with other languages, so I can't pronounce them or spell them. So this is the little red guy. You guys okay with that, these technical terms? Okay. This is the black guy with the brown bum. Technical terms. Oh, by the way, don't Google that one. You're not going to get it. Long, skinny brown guy. This is the big black guy. He's about the size of the tip of my finger. This guy's got racing stripes. He's got these funky little colors and patterns on him. It's kind of neat. I tell you, this guy goes through crap fast. Golden boy, this is a tunneler. I'm going to explain the difference between them here shortly. But it's good to see him. I really want to see more tunnelers. It's a good one. You notice how he's pushing it backwards? So his head is at the bottom here, and he's pushing with his back feet. Right? He's pushing. Those are what the rollers. We don't have rollers in Canada, but you guys know that a ladybug's not a bug? Any entomologists in the room? What is a ladybug? It's a beetle. Yeah. Who would name it a bug? Right? Not to mention half of them are male. Poor guy. But they're beetles, so they fly. Bugs crawl, beetles fly. There's a few bugs that fly, but generally that's how it works. So a dung beetle can fly. Keep your mouth shut. You know where they've been. You might be walking out around your livestock and you're like, oh, boy, we got a lot of flies out here. We've got to get the back rubber out. We better treat or put the ear tags in or something, right? Careful what you're treating for, because they could be dung beetles flying around and you can't tell the difference. Now, I don't have any videos in this presentation because it doesn't necessarily work that well with switching computers. So I took the video, but I've got a video where we show a bunch of dung beetles coming in, and they're flying all around, and they're like kamikaze pilots. They come flying in, and they crash land, and they roll over, their wings are still sticking out, and they get themselves up, and they suck their wings in, and they go to work. Okay? And in this video that I have, you probably see about 30 dung beetles back and forth, digging and chewing around and running around, and one fly. There's one fly on the cow patty. So be careful what you're treating for. There might not necessarily just be flies out there. Three basic types of dung beetles. There's dwellers, tunnelers, and rollers. Okay, we've got dwellers are mostly in Canada. That's what we have most of. They basically take a dung ball out of the pat, and right in it or right below it, they'll put their dung ball, and they'll deposit their larvae inside it. And then the larvae actually consumes the manure, the dung ball, as they grow up to become an adult. Okay, so that's how they kind of reproduce. Tunnelers, really good. They will dig underneath the pat. They'll go down nice and deep, and they're really strong. They can dig a long way. And they'll put same thing. They put a dung ball in there, and the larvae inside it, and the larvae will consume it. Now, the larvae actually only eat about half of it before they get out. So we're moving nutrients down to a different level, putting organic matter down deeper into the soil, right? And these guys are really strong. They can dig really well. So they're opening up the soil, allowing infiltration, water infiltration, air infiltration. Real hard soil could make a root. You know, the next year a root could go down that little area. So they're really beneficial. Rollers, they're not in Canada. We don't have any because it's too cold. But they'll grab a ball of manure and roll it away, find a little nice spot, and they'll put their dung ball in there. So we have mostly dwellers here. We have a few tunnelers, but no rollers. In South Africa, here's a picture by the highway. You're not allowed to drive over dung beetles. They know how important it is to recycle that nutrient. Do you imagine how fast elephant manure would build up if you didn't have dung beetles? Okay, they want to recycle that manure. Okay. In ancient Egypt, they actually used to revere the dung beetle as a god. They believed that there was a giant dung beetle that rolled the big yellow ball across the sky every day. Okay, so they weren't allowed to hurt dung beetles. They were a god. They revered them. Okay, we don't treat them so good anymore. Okay, the reason they thought this is because actually the rollers will roll their dung balls in the direction of the sun depending on the time of day. Okay, in the morning they roll one way, and in the afternoon they roll the other way. It's kind of weird. There's a video you can Google. There's a little dung beetle rolling a ball, a manure across here, and somebody holds up a mirror to make it look like the sun's in a different spot. Okay, and he stops, he gets all confused, he climbs up on his dung ball and he turns around and looks, he's all confused, and he goes back down and he rolls it the other way. And he was going the wrong way, so you can mess with a dung beetle if you want with a mirror. But we don't give them the same respect anymore, do we? Right? A lot of our production practices are not very good for dung beetles. So they are actually superheroes. Okay, these guys are amazing. You guys need to treat them like a superhero. Because here's a kind of a joke about, kind of like Spider-Man. Should be acquiring superpowers any moment from that radioactive bug bite. I wish I knew what kind of bug bit me so I'd know what powers to expect. Let's look it up. A dung beetle. Who here would like the superpowers of a dung beetle? I would. Number one, he flies. That'd be cool on its own, right? And number two, remember I told you the water bear is the toughest critter on the planet? Well, the dung beetle is the strongest critter on the planet. Some species of dung beetles can move up to over 1,100 times their own body weight. 1,100 times. If he was your size, you would respect him. Okay? You would. Second place on the planet goes to the leafcutter ant. He can move 50 times his body weight. What a lightweight. Not even close. Dung beetles are the strongest critter on the planet, by far. Okay? They're very powerful. So digging in that soil, they're pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Okay, here's another one for you. When I stand at the counter, it's like, oh, I'm not getting a number 2 meal. You'll think about it next time. You'll think about it. Okay, there's a good place to break. Dung beetles are our friends. They work for me. We're going to have a break, and I think FBC is going to come up, and then I'll resume this after lunch. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've been known as the goat guy and the dung beetle guy. There's lots of guys I've been.
If anyone wants to go grab a coffee or water or a muffin, I'm just going to quickly switch this up, and then we'll get started with the next one.
Grass is going to seed, trying to work with the seed bank.
Yep. Sometimes. Yeah. I mean, do you try and keep it in stage 2? How bailed it up in like October, so it was wet.
All right, so we're going to get started on our next presentation, just to keep us decently on time. And we're going to learn some tax tips from FBC.
All right, everybody get their coffee into them. I think everybody's back. Should be good. Steve's good, hey? It's very interesting stuff. It's a really good presentation, so thank you, Steve. We're going to switch things up a little bit, talk about taxes. I know everybody likes taxes, but we're going to look into some ways to kind of avoiding them and keeping your tax bill as low as possible. It is the time of the year, and then you guys can get some lunch into you, so let's get started. So just a little bit about FBC. We've been around for over 66 years, started in the farm industry and have been doing it ever since. So Kenyon farm, agricultural producers and small business owners across the board. Came to Atlantic Canada about 5 years ago. Kind of getting into the New Brunswick side now, so we're growing quite quickly. Technology leader, so we have different optimization softwares and mobile apps. We'll get into it a little bit later in more detail. We operate on a year-round membership model, which basically means we're with you from day one until we file your taxes. Over 300 highly trained and motivated staff that specialize in different departments and kind of get to know the tax rules so we can keep more money out of the government's hands for you guys. So this is, it looks a little bit bigger there, but the Income Tax Act. So over 3,000 pages, about 5 pounds. Before it's printed, it's out of date. So if you look at this 80%, it's kind of up for interpretation. I mean, we got 20% that's black and white, so those are the rules. But once we get into this 80%, that's where we live as FBC, and we can kind of maneuver around the rules legally, of course. But you have different options, especially with business structure. You get into different things like that, where you can save as much tax as possible, and that's kind of where we live. And it's kind of the reason that they have to update the tax code so often, is because we're constantly finding different things loopholes to save tax. So there's a funny story about that a little bit later on that we'll get into. So producers getting hit a little bit harder by the CRA, up 72% compared to all business sectors, 55% increase. Couple reasons for this. The CRA, or the government, helps out with agriculture. Sometimes it might not feel like it, but there's different programs and different tax benefits that you guys have. We'll get into those a little bit later as well. But the reason is they're monitoring you guys a little bit more, right? So they're making sure that the programs they're putting in place are working, if they're being used correctly. So it kind of opens you guys up to a little bit more scrutiny. So with that being said, we're going to talk about ways to make sure, if the eyes are on you by the CRA, that they don't get any of your money. So we're just going to go through 11 tax tips. It is the season. Everyone's got to file their taxes relatively soon if their year ends December 31st. So you might be able to get these rolling right away. First one, stay organized and file on time. How many people have a shoebox full of crumpled receipts? Steve? Okay, a couple people will admit it. But
It's a drawer.
yeah, glove box, whatever, you guys, gas receipts in there. So the big thing is to just take some time and keep good records. So don't have, the pile of receipts, and at the end of the year, you go through it, ironing the receipts because they're crumpled and faded. Figure out something like this. It doesn't have to be color coded. It doesn't have to look this pretty, but get them in different categories that's gonna make things a lot easier for you at the end of the year. You're supposed to keep the records for 6 years. So if you have, banker boxes that you can keep it year by year, it's gonna help quite a bit in the event of an audit, or even just doing your taxes at the end of the year. So keeping good records. So like I said, 6 years, you've probably heard 7, so it's 6 past years, and the current year you're working on now, which would be 2019. So don't throw them away, because you're going to need them. If anything ever comes up, and you can't provide those receipts, no good. No good. They'll just disallow it. So with the CRA, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent, which is not ideal. But there's ways to alleviate that. Do you have a question?
I do.
Yeah.
After the 6 years, do you need permission to destroy your older ones?
No. After 6 years,
You don't.
burn them.
Okay. Big bonfire.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a few different ways to do it. Some people prefer a paper ledger or an Excel spreadsheet. There's bookkeeping software out there. People have made this easier. Just like anything else in life, they have found ways to cut corners and still be compliant. So whatever way it works for you, find that way and kind of keep it going so that you're not, you don't do 12 months worth of work in, 10 days to try and get your taxes filed, because it's way more of a pain than it needs to be. Have to keep the original receipts. So this is a pretty big misconception. So a lot of people think you can just print off your bank statements and then you're good to go. You need the physical copy, and that's up to 6 years too. So don't burn those. So it's as simple as spending a half hour a month. Some do more, some do less, but it's not that big of a burden. If you can keep up with it once a month, it makes everything so much smoother. Just get an accordion folder, make up some different categories, and even if they're not the exact correct categories, an accountant can go through those at the end of the year, and it's going to be a lot easier. And you'll be able to find things. So take the receipts out of the shoebox, glove compartment, your wallet, all over the place, right? The floorboard of your truck. Put them in the accordion binder, whatever you use really. Just make sure they're, clipped together for similar receipts and stuff. If the tech savvy ones want to get bookkeeping software, you can actually link up your bank account to a software online. It's not very expensive. We actually provide it with to our members. So all of our members get, it's called Cashew. It's a bookkeeping service. And you're going to be able to link up your bank accounts to it. So whenever you make a transaction, then it's going to put it in your bookkeeping software for you. So, like I said, we're cutting corners. Humans are good at that. So, getting there. It's getting easier. So this is Cashew. And this is something that's, it's free to all of our members. And like I said, it's just making things easier every day. It's cloud-based. It's very simple. Just entering, expenses and income. You can create invoices off of it. It's pretty good stuff.
I asked last night, Cashew 2.0 is not quite out yet.
Not quite out yet?
My consultant from FBC told me to wait for Cashew 2.0 because it'll link your bank account and it'll do all the work for you.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't want me to do anything because this is so much easier for him too. I'm like, okay, that's good. So
Yeah. These are selfish reasons I'm explaining Cashew, because it helps the accountant so much more. It's just easier for everyone because it's exact receipts. You can't mess that up. There's a few. So if you link your bank account, there's some receipts that are going to be not categorized right, and you'll have to put those in manually. But yeah, we're really excited for that to come out. They're trying to have it done for tax season, so any timeline there? They're waiting.
it was supposed to be 2 weeks ago, and
Yeah.
I asked them yesterday, and they said not yet.
Okay.
It's coming.
So they're working on it.
Yeah.
We just got an app last year. Very exciting for us. So say you're at the bank and you get to the teller and they want last year's tax return. You're applying for a loan, whatever. You can go into the app and you can email your tax return straight from the app to whatever email address you want. So that saves everyone a lot of the time, because we'll get the phone call, can you email the tax return 2017 to this person? No problem, but this is a lot easier, quicker for everybody. So you can upload slips and receipts. So say you go to do your tax return and you're waiting on, a T4, a medical slip, anything. We can finish the tax return, and then I'm going to put in on my computer that we're waiting on an RSP slip. And you're going to get a notification on there that we're waiting for it. So as soon as it comes in, click that, and you can scan it, and it comes straight to our system. So we like this. We like this a lot. Again, selfish reasons, but it helps everybody. So, tax tip number 2 is just being aware of all the deductions that are available to you guys. There's a lot, and it's incredible, how much is missed just because of people not knowing what they can claim. So just talk to somebody, do some Googling, figure out what you can do. So there's a ton of different things. To put it in perspective, a $50 receipt, you miss that, you lose it, you don't keep it because you don't want the paper copy of the receipt. For the average tax rate, that's going to be a $20 bill, a green guy, So it's very important. So every receipt counts. You lose one, it could be $20, So keep everything. Capital cost allowance. So there was a slight change in the rules for one of these this year, which is going to help you guys out a lot. We'll go into that in detail a little bit later on. But just kind of knowing what you can depreciate for each class of vehicle. So basically these are assets that the CRA doesn't allow you to claim all at once. So you have to do it over time. Business use of home. This is good. Steve mentioned that his office doesn't quite look like that, but I don't know if anyone else here is that clean, but this is very important. If you use a portion of your home for business, so you're doing those taxes, you're doing your bookkeeping. It's very important that you can claim a portion of your home. So this includes utilities, property taxes, house insurance, repairs, and mortgage interest. So basically the way it works is you have the square footage of whatever your office is, divide that by the square footage of your home, you'll get a percentage. Every percentage of utilities, property taxes, house insurance, all those expenses, you can now claim. You're gonna
So
pay
we should
for
have
more.
our office in like a gymnasium?
Yeah, exactly. If you want to pay for a gymnasium, you might have to fight CRA on that one, but
Switch the living room in the office.
yeah, exactly. You gotta be careful with that one. We had clients that they just Googled audit protection, which is something we offer. So we popped up and they gave us a call, and they were in the middle of an audit. And the first time I met them was in their home office with 2 CRA agents. So they claimed way too much. So you do have to be careful with this, because we were sitting in a 4,500 square foot home, and they had claimed like 40% home office. And our meeting was in their little office that was the size of this. So to be careful with that, because someday, you could end up with CRA agent in your office. Yes?
You have an office in the barn as well, can you?
Yeah, so the barn you can claim anyway.
Okay,
Mhm.
and in addition, you can claim an office in the house?
Yeah, so it depends. It's like a case-by-case basis, but if you can justify, that you have your computer, your printer, you have your little setup there, then yes, you can. But the barn, as long as it's for farm use, you can claim all of that. You don't have to get a portion of it. Yeah. So, I mentioned a little funny story about that 80% that's black and white. So pest control or security. So little story about this. An FBC rep went out to a farm to do the taxes and noticed they had a bunch of animals. They had a dog that seemed like it was pretty busy in the field. So they got to talking, doing the taxes, and he found out that the dog was, the security for the farm, keeping the pests, the rodents out. So he said, well, that sounds like a business expense, doesn't it? So he started claiming the pet food, the pet insurance, the vet bills, the costs associated with having a pet. So first of all, CRA says no, get out of town, you're not gonna get to claim your pet. So then we pushed back and said, well, it's exactly what it is. It's a business expense. It's preventing, crops being destroyed and whatnot. So we ended up going all the way to tax court over this, and now everyone in Canada is allowed to claim, pet food. So or pet bills. So anything associated with that, you're good to go, as long as it's for those reasons.
We do about $6,000 a year in pet food.
Yeah, it adds up, right? So
We write it all off. We run through the grocery store, the pet food goes first,
and it gets paid out of the business account, and then the groceries get paid for it. So you
Yeah.
write it all off.
Yeah, so cool little story there, and it's we'll probably talk about that a little bit later, but kind of the audit protection, and we deal with CRA for you, so that's something that comes up. So if they push back on something, we will go all the way to tax court, and that's where you get things like this that come up.
I'm not sure the rabbit would work, but the guinea pig would.
Rabbit
Guinea
might not
pigs
work.
make a noise that scare mice away.
Oh,
So if you have guinea pigs in your home, you won't have mice in your home. So I bet you could make the guinea pig work too, but maybe not the rabbit.
It's just got to tell a story, right? So if it does the trick, it does the trick.
As long as it's a meat rabbit.
Yeah, meat rabbit. Yeah.
So that's everything, that's your vet bills, that's.
Yes. Yeah. So whatever you have to do to keep your security alive.
Even the purchase of the animal,
Yeah.
right? That's, you're
Yeah.
buying the dog, you're buying the dog food, you're doing the vet bills, everything. You can write it off.
Yeah. So it works exactly like any other business expense, like maintenance on a car, basically.
Cats too. So they're doing most control.
Okay. So who tracks their mileage for business? Quick raise of hand. You got one, two, sorta. Yeah. So nobody likes doing this. Steve, do you?
I've got, the corporation owns vehicles and
Yeah.
we personally own vehicles, so I don't
Okay.
have to.
Okay.
Yes,
Good stuff.
I don't.
So nobody likes doing this. Three, I think, raised their hand. That's honestly around what I thought it was going to be. So compliance with CRA, when you have a vehicle that's not 100% business use, they want to see a logbook, which is every trip you've made in your vehicle for business. Nobody likes the sounds of that, but that is the reality of the CRA. And I've dealt with audits where they've come back and said, your vehicle expense is too high. We need to see your logbook. So if they're claiming 85% business for the vehicle, they say prove it. If you don't come back with the logbook, all the vehicle expense is denied, which can be a big expense. So I just had a gentleman that this happened to him for 2016, and he didn't have a logbook. He doesn't know what he did in 2016. So they denied everything. So it seems it is annoying. There's no getting around that, but it can be very important if anything ever happens. Do you have a question there?
No, my question is something the same, might
Yeah.
be along that line, is each time I fill up with gas or whatever gas I get, if I'm going on a trip to get grain, I write on the top of my slip, it's a grain trip.
Yeah.
Or machinery parts trip or that, so I've got a kind of
Yeah, you've got an idea, yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, like, you can have a calendar that is very detailed, and that might do the trick. So if you ever have to create a logbook, say you do it once a month, and you have a calendar that says, like, I went to Home Hardware at 8 a.m., whatever. But like I said, humans are lazy. They've figured out a way to make this easier for you. There's a few apps out there. This one's called Mile Catcher, and essentially it's just on your phone. So if you make a trip, it's going to track it. And then at the end of the week or day, whenever you'd like, it's going to show your trips, and you're just going to click personal or business, and then it's going to log it for you. So there's ways, like we have a couple of real estate agents that have something that they actually put in their car that tracks everything, and the CRA has cleared that as compliant. So there's ways around you know, just writing in a logbook every time you drive the car, which is good because that's very time consuming. So this is definitely not going to apply to everybody, so I won't spend too much time on it, but you do have the opportunity to make your mortgage interest tax deductible, all of it. So the situation, it's a lot more complicated than this, but I'll make it short. If you remortgage your home, refinance, you take that money, and if you invest in a business or stocks, whatever, you can actually claim the interest. It can't be reinvested into your own farm, though. So that's all I'll go there because it's very complicated and there's a bit more to it. But if anyone wants to look it up, that sounds like something they might be interested in. It's called the Smith maneuver. So, getting the facts before you rent your property or land. So, essentially, when you're dealing with a farm and you're renting land, say you rent land for somebody else to farm it, that could hurt your capital gains exemption. So farmers, they all have capital gains exemption. Dig in a little bit deeper later, but it's up to $1 million, which is great. So that means the value of your farm can go up $1 million from when you buy it and sell it, and you don't have to pay tax on it. But it could hinder that if you're renting it out for someone else to use. So it has to be actively farmed by you to save that. So if you're ever thinking about that, just talk to somebody first. Just make sure you know the rules and you know how to keep yourself safe if you're ever going to sell the farm down the road, because this could affect it. So take advantage of tax-free saving accounts and spousal RSPs. Yeah, exactly how I said. We'll go through a quick example here. So, retirement saving plan tips. Basically, it's a tax deferral system where you can, if you're at a high tax bracket today, you can buy these RSPs, and it essentially reduces your tax bill. It reduces your income, so you're taxed on a lower amount, and then puts it in an account, and then you can take it out later when hopefully you're getting paid less money, so you're in a lower bracket. So the idea is to take it out in a higher tax bracket, and then take the money back in, or put it back into your account when you're in a lower tax bracket. Whatever that difference is, you're saving the money. So you can also transfer it to a spouse too. So just a quick example here: income of $100,000. You have RSP. The CRA only lets you contribute so much a year to the RSP, so it's $18,000. If there's one spouse that's a higher earner, they can actually contribute to the spouse's RSP, so they can take it out at a lower tax bracket. So if you're interested in this, it's I won't go too in detail, but that's the gist of it. You can buy the RSP or contribute to the RSP, and then take it back, put it back in your account when you're at a lower bracket. Save a bit of tax. So for those that collect HST and have to eventually pay that to the government, it totally depends. So when you file HST, you can do it monthly, quarterly, or annually. We have a few clients that do it annually, so they have this HST that they've been collecting all year, which some people don't like because they get tempted to spend it. But there's a couple people that use this very well. They open a high interest savings account, so if they have a lot of HST that they're paying back over a year, they're making a couple $100. Like I have a guy that makes almost $600 just off of interest for money that he owes the government. So he keeps it in that high interest savings account, and then at the end of the year, pays off what he needs, and then he keeps the profits for himself. But some people like to get that out of their account because it's too tempting in there. So knowing when to incorporate. This is a big decision for a lot of business owners, and it involves a pretty big discussion, but what I like to say in short is incorporate when you're generating more profit than you're spending. So if you're clearing, $100,000 in a year, but you're only spending $50,000, you have that $50,000 that you're being taxed very highly at for your personal income. But if you're incorporated, then that $50,000 that you're not spending can stay in the corporation, and it's taxed at 12%, as opposed to the bracket that you'd be in, which is upwards of like 35%. So it's bigger than that, so it's not as easy to unincorporate, so you need to know that it's going to be a long-term thing. Again, with the book at the start of the presentation, that 80%, you can really play around in that 80% when you're incorporated. There's a lot more benefits. You have a lot more decisions that you can make. You have a lot more control over how you claim things. But at the same time, things cost more money. It's $1,400 roughly, depending on your lawyer, to incorporate in the first place. Accounting fees are higher. It's a bigger burden. Your books have to be a lot more I don't want to say accurate, but every dollar in and every dollar out has to be accounted for, and you have to know where that came from. Because it's a corporation just like anything. It's just like Walmart. It has to be done professionally and accurately. So yeah, like I said, greater flexibility. There's a lot more options, like how you claim your vehicle. There's a ton of different things. So paying yourself a salary versus a dividend. It gets pretty interesting when you get to that point, and but you have to make sure it makes sense for you, because a lot of the times it doesn't. It helps with like an exit strategy and transferring operations to the next generation. So definitely something to look into. Just talk to somebody, really. Just have them look at your specific situation and see if it's going to make sense, or maybe you can put a plan in place and maybe it'll make sense down the road. So timing capital gains and losses to reduce the overall tax burden. So basically when you have a capital gain, you buy something and then you end up selling it for more money. You have a capital gain this year. And you're going to be taxed on that. But say the same year, you're thinking about selling something that you purchased, say a truck, and then you're going to sell it, but you already lost $15,000 in value. You're going to have a loss. So those can balance out. So if you time that properly, and it's around tax season, around that December 31st year end, if you make that in the same month, they can kind of cancel each other out. Because capital gain and capital losses, they're the only things that can cancel each other out. So you can carry it forward, but it's just a little bit of tax planning that can help your current tax return when it comes to your year end. So capital gains exemption, so I mentioned it a little bit earlier. It's for, essentially, you have your farm. It's worth this much when you buy it. You farm it for 10 years and now it's worth this much. You made the capital gain. So if you sell it at that higher value, you've had a gain out of it and the government's going to want to tax you on that. Farmers get a break on that. So up to $1 million, which is great. But has to be qualified farmland, chief source of revenue for at least 2 years.
You don't pay capital gains on a personal residence anyway, if your farm's your personal residence.
So that's where, so there's a few different things that can happen at that point. So like I said, when you're renting the land, there's a few different situations where it can hinder that. But yes, you're right. If you have the principal residence exemption, that works the same way. It's not as high as the farm though.
So basically, as long as you're sole proprietorship, the land's in your name, you won't have to pay your capital gains on the land.
Mm-hmm. If you've lived in it for those years, yeah.
But another piece of land, if you owned it and sold it, that wouldn't count.
Yeah, no.
The land across the road that you bought,
Yeah.
that one doesn't count.
Exactly, unless it's qualified farmland.
Yeah.
Now, if you're in a partnership, you get double the capital gains exemption. So if you enter a partnership with someone else, that goes to a $2 million capital gains exemption.
That's $1 million each, right?
Yeah.
So basically, you're still the same for your own personal taxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. But if the farm is at $2 million, then you can kind of break it up, basically, so
You're
that
splitting
nobody's
among two people.
exactly.
Capital gains exemption, that doesn't qualify on land, but once you turn it into a corporation, does it?
Qualify on land, yeah, if it's part of the farm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
it does.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Even if you take personal land and transfer it into a corporation, and that corporation sells it, I don't think capital gains
I don't think-
exemption.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that one.
Yeah.
So,
Um,
The corporation.
yeah, so it
we
would
formed
be.
a corporation in 2015 and we kept
Mhm.
in partners' names.
Yeah, because it would be.
$1 million.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be in the farm right away. So yeah, you might be out of luck there. So a risk management plan. So basically, it's just looking for ways to reduce and manage your financial risk every year. So cash flow planning, looking for profit margin opportunities. Steve talks about this a lot, just looking at the economics of his farm and how it's operating. So it's really important to, like, at the end of the year, to actually look through your expenses and see what's actually benefiting your bottom line because it's inevitable you're going to have those down years, and if you can plan for it, it can help quite a bit. So analyzing insurance strategies and stuff like that, the government does have some things in place that can help you out. It's just a matter of finding what works for you. So I've had some logos there dance around, but the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, below here it's agri-stability. So basically there's some programs like I talked about earlier, and this is kind of the reason why the government takes a close eye on farmers, because at the end of the day, they're putting these programs together and they want to make sure they're using it properly and people aren't taking advantage. And succession planning. So basically, for succession planning, a lot goes into it, and it's never really too early to start looking into how to make it as successful as possible, because it's a big burden for someone, especially if you don't do it correctly. So this includes, you're not just transferring the farm, you're transferring the knowledge, skills, management, control, and ultimately ownership. So a lot goes into it, and you're going to want to start doing it as early as possible if that's something that's going to come within the next 5 to 10 years. So the big thing here is just make it manageable. So talk to the right people, talk to professionals, and just make sure that you are controlling what's happening. Just, if you go to do it right away and you haven't planned things out, it's going to be a rude awakening for you. So how to start? So just open up the communication. If this is a conversation that's going to happen, do it early and do it often. Talk to the people that are involved, and just make sure that everyone's in the know. So if someone's interested in taking over the farm, talk to them. If the other person, you have 2 kids and one isn't, how's it going to be fair for both of them? So collect, analyze information. So this has a lot to do with the bookkeeping, because if you're passing along the farm to your kids, they're going to want to look at the books. They're going to want to go through the numbers and see how it operated. If they're not involved in that now, they should be at some point. So look at your options. So when you're talking to these professionals, just go through everything. Go through your options. See what's going to make the most sense for you and your family. So make some initial decisions. Kind of get a plan in place. Develop, right? You can always go back and change things, but it's important to get a plan in place before you need to, basically. So implement it and monitor it. So if anything changes, keep going, review it. You can make adjustments when you have to. Some updates for the 2019 tax season. Small business tax rate for corporations from 10% to 9%. So that's exciting. We're down a percentage. It can really add up depending on the revenue.
Just for corporations?
Yeah. There you go. So small business deductions. So basically your first $500,000 is taxed at this percentage here. But for every dollar of investment income, you get closer. Your small business deduction is reduced by $5. So if you have, this is passive income, so this has nothing to do with the farm, but if you have, say, a rental property and you're making money off that, for every dollar you make, you're reducing that $500,000 cap by $5. If that's in the corporation and you do it, you have a rental property that's not in the corporation's name, you're fine. This is a big one. So for the capital cost that I spoke about a little bit earlier, so up until last year, when you buy a vehicle, so you're buying this truck, the depreciation rate on that is 30% every year. So you can claim 30%, and then the next year 30% of what's left. But they had what's called a half-year rule, which means the first year that you buy it, you can only claim 15%. But now they've actually upped that to 45% in the first year. So the first year you buy it, you can claim 45% of the price of the vehicle. So triple the original rate. So that just started this year. So that's
Is that on new vehicles or any equipment?
has to be brand new, and it does count for equipment as well. Yeah. Yeah, it has to be brand new. The used does not count.
There's mine.
Yeah.
I don't have mine any brand new.
Yeah, that's an issue.
It's a farmer thing.
Tax-free saving account contribution limits increased from 5,500 to 6,000. So a little bit about FBC. So we've found these problems, and then we kind of aligned our business to help them out. So let's go through. We operate on 4 pillars. There's planning, preparation, support, and protection. So planning, we do annual pre-planning and tax end planning with all of our members. We develop a long-term tax plan for everyone, and we start that conversation about retirement and exiting the farm. Preparation, so personal and business tax returns, HST returns, support, so unlimited support. So basically, if you have any decisions that are going to affect your tax return at the end of the year, we ask that you just give us a call, and talk through it with someone, so that at least you know how this is going to look on your tax return at the end of the year. So, as you probably tell, we're experts in the farm tax industry. So when these new programs come out, we're on top of it. I get an email once a month that's updates on agricultural tax problems, whether it be updates once a month. So we have people in place that are gonna look after that. Protection. So I mentioned all those things about how to kind of prevent an audit and how to prepare for it. All of our members have audit protection, which means if there's ever a reassessment, there's ever a full audit, we're going to deal with it from start to finish. So anything in between, you're obviously not completely off the hook, because usually they want to sit down and talk to the business owner and whatnot. But any tax return that we complete for you, we put our stamp of approval, and we will deal with that audit from start to finish. So, just like your personal health, never hurts to get a second opinion on the financial health of your business. So even if you want to sit down, have a talk, see if there's anything you can benefit from, we are open to that. Any questions? You guys are probably getting hungry. All good? Perfect. Thank you. I have business cards and a couple sheets out there if you want to take a look. They're just around the corner, but yeah.
I just have a question.
Yeah, for sure.
What about purchasing new land? Like, I've trying to acquire pasture and farmland and so on.
Yeah.
And I've made 2 purchases, but my people that do my accounting said that you can't claim any of that on your, towards your income tax, or I guess leasing is, you can claim leasing if you lease land, but you can't claim purchases, is that right?
The principal payment on your mortgage you cannot claim, just the interest on your
On
mortgage.
the interest, that's all,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, lease
As long
payments
as-
you can claim.
As long as your business is a sole proprietorship or a partnership. If it's a corporation, then it's different.
So you can't claim any of the purchase amount on your income tax?
The HST and the interest.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
that's basically what they told me.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It doesn't, it didn't sound,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound right,
Yeah.
because it's,
Yeah, and they won't let you depreciate land.
No.
Because
because it's hard to expand.
Appreciates.
yeah, because it does the exact opposite. Yeah. So, but yeah.
It doesn't give people much support if they want to expand with,
Hmm.
you can't farm without land, so.
Yeah, I agree.
And if
There's,
you want to invest all your money into somebody else's land, they'll support that, but.
yeah,
And
yeah.
That's why there's the capital gains exemption on the land.
there's
So
a
you
couple of what?
That's why there's the capital gains exemption on
Yes,
the land, so
yeah.
you don't have to pay on the appreciation of it.
That's
Because it's an asset that appreciates, not depreciates like equipment. That's kind of the biggest difference.
All good? Any other questions? All right, you guys are free. Go get
I'd
some
like
food.
to actually thank FBC because they actually pay my day rate to come out to these events. So that's the reason I'm out here, is because they're kind of working with me. So that's nice. They're helping to spread the word of regenerative agriculture. So I am a member of FBC. One of the big things that I'm really excited about is the day I get audited. It's all yours, have at it. So, no, they're actually really good. They are experts in farm, right? They understand farm. They've been doing it since farm taxes started. So, I'm actually really happy with them. Yeah, I don't, on paper, I don't make as much money as I really do. It's really weird. I don't know how that happens. Right? So, no, they're doing a really good job for me, and I'm happy with it. And I'm appreciative that that's why I'm out here. So, give them a round of applause. We all need nerds, right? With all due respect.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Chris is my accounting nerd, right? If I need to have a question, man, I fire off to him all the time. So.
Yeah.
You bet.
Yeah, we've got a lot of nerds at the office. But yeah.
So we're going to break now for about 20 minutes to have lunch. So that way we can get back on track so that Steve can get to the airport when he leaves here this afternoon. So we are going, we're set up in the boardroom over there. So go over, grab your lunch. If you want to come back here and eat it, if you wanted to eat it over there, I have a few chairs set up. And then we have cups out for water and coffee.
I just realized
Every now and again, we have to take one off the bottom and put it on the top.
Depends what you're gonna store you're gonna have. All right, we're all fed right up. Good. We'll carry on now. We moved up above ground. We're gonna look at some other insects that are helping us here. Earthworms. So we just talked about dung beetles. They're very strong. They're great at aeration. They're great at moving nutrients around. So are earthworms. Okay. Now I'm from a gray wooded soil zone, and I'm not supposed to have earthworms. Naturally, I don't have earthworms, but supposedly there's a little white worm that does the same thing. So yes, you're in a different environment than me. I'm pretty sure nature has the same critters in every environment that would do the job. It might be different, but you've got them. You should be able to get them back. So earthworms are really important to me. They recycle dung and plant material. We want bacteria, right? Bacteria love earthworm slime. It's heaven for a bacteria. They love it. So you've got earthworms in your soil. You've got way more micro or bacteria in your soil. They create paths for root, air, and water to get in the soil. You got compacted soils. Earthworms are really good at aerating. Okay, like I said, people always talk about bringing in an aeration equipment to help with compaction. Equipment will not fix what equipment cost. Okay, we need soil organisms and we need root systems. There's nothing better than a good sweet clover root to dig up the soil. Right, it'll dig 8 feet down into the soil. Your aerator cannot dig that deep. But a sweet clover or a Canada thistle, it'll dig 6 to 8 feet into the ground. Okay, there's a reason for every plant. Earthworms actually buffer the soil. Anything that comes out the back end of an earthworm is pH neutral. Okay, so if you have acid soils, they neutralize it. If you have a basic soil, they will neutralize it. Okay, when I dig a shovel full of soil up from one of my pastures, I'll usually find 2 to 3 earthworms in the spring. They're most active in the spring. In the summer, they go down. But in the springtime or late in the fall, I'll find lots of earthworms out there. So I calculated that out. I have like 50 to 60,000 earthworms per acre. On 3,500 acres, how many earthworms do I own? It's too big of a number, right? So to me, that's really important. That's what's aerating my soil. That's what's buffering my soil. I had a agrologist come out one time and just to figure out why my legumes weren't staying in my pasture. And he said, I can't, you're low in nitrogen, you're low in sulfur, that was the issue. He says, but other than that, I've never seen such good soil characteristics. Right? My pH was perfect, my cation exchange capacity was perfect, he absolutely loved my land. So we've got to have that biology in there to fix the issues. Right? Equipment's not going to do it. And earthworms are important. There's a video online, if you Google it, it's a time-elapsed fish tank. I don't know what you'd have to Google to get that to come up, but they basically put a bunch of layers of different types of carbon, so straw and sawdust, and they mixed it in with topsoil and some manure and different layers. You can see all these layers in this fish tank, and then they put the earthworms in there, and then they time-elapsed it over about 2 weeks, I think. And you just see how they eat it and create it, and they basically turned every layer into the same color. Right? It's really neat to watch that. I think the video takes about 2 minutes to do about 2 weeks. Yeah?
What's your pH like out there?
Depends where you are, it's different. I've got all sorts of different lands. So, but like I said, my soil gets almost neutral. Okay. My neighbors might not be, but mine is. Yeah, most active early spring. I'll find, I don't see many earthworms unless I'm digging for them, except when it rains. Then they show up at my gates. Because usually the gates is where you drive more often and you damage the soil a little bit. That's where they come up and sit on the topsoil. Other than that, I don't really see them because we've got that much grass everywhere. But yeah, we've got a lot of earthworms. Fly larvae. Agriculture has a hate on for flies. Okay. I don't know if anybody read it, but a few months ago I wrote an article called Shoe Fly Guy. It was a storybook that my son used to read when he was a kid. It was a whole series of them. There was Super Fly Guy and Shoe Fly Guy and Fly Guy Meets Fly Girl. Pretty good book. Anyway, if you're little. But it's basically about this little boy and his best friend that is a fly. Okay, so my article went along that line. It says, flies can be our friends. Okay, I want flies on my property. Because you know what these guys are doing? What do you think this larvae is doing?
Having lunch.
They're eating my manure. Right? I want them to decompose my manure. So I want flies on my property. How do I get fly larvae to eat my manure but not have flies pestering my cattle?
You move them all the time.
Move them all the time?
Keep moving them away from.
Okay, yep. What else? What else do we need?
Swallows?
Predators,
Yeah.
right? Birds. I have cowbirds. Thousands and thousands of cowbirds that will fly around my herds. Right? It's really neat. You'll walk out into the herd and all of a sudden this like big swarm of cowbirds go like this and down. You know, a cowbird is an obligate parasite, something like that. I'm not sure I quite said that right. They're a terrible parent. Cowbirds do not raise their own young. There's like 140 different types of birds that have raised cowbird young. And they'll deposit their eggs in some stranger's nest,
Yeah.
and then they'll usually hatch first, and usually start kicking the other eggs out of them. Right? Like, she's my mom. But if you think about it, back in the day when the bison herds used to roam, right, you couldn't settle down and make a nest. You had to follow the herd. That's where the food was. So they figured out how to get their reproduction without having to take care of their own kids. So terrible parent, great employee. Okay, they pick through my manure, clean things up really well.
Never take parental leave.
Yeah, no parental leave there. We have a hate-on in agriculture for flies, okay? We spend millions and millions of dollars every year trying to get rid of flies. Okay, honestly, do we have fewer flies today? Not at all, right? Do you guys ever heard the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, right? It's not working. Millions of dollars, ear tags, fly rubber, back rubbers, and spray-ons, and all sorts of stuff. Okay, I want my flies. I don't want them to die. I need the predators to eat the larvae. Okay, I also have other predators. Parasitic wasps. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not an entomologist, but I Googled it because that's what I do. There's 86 different types of parasitic wasps. I know I have some species on my property. For example, one of them will come along and find a larvae in the manure that's eating manure, and they will sting the larvae and paralyze it, and then they will put their larvae inside the fly larvae, and that larvae eats the fly larvae to become an adult. Okay, so the fly larvae is eating manure, and the parasitic wasp larvae is eating fly larvae. Problem solved, right? Awesome. Some of them I want to reproduce because I need another generation of flies to do it again next time. Okay, so I want some of them. Everything on my ranch has the right to reproduce. Okay, everybody deserves that, right? So parasitic wasps, dragonflies and spiders. So in the insect world, dragonflies and spiders are apex predators. Okay, they're the top of the food chain in the insect world. Dragonflies will eat anything, right? And they're very agile flyers. They've got very good eyesight. They can pick anything out of the air, right? They're an amazing predator. Agriculture looks at predators in a negative tone, right? The wolf or the coyote or the fox or stealing from the hen house. I look at predators as I'm trying to bring them in. Remember, we celebrate the death of things as well. Okay, we're celebrating the death of the fly, larvae. That's part of our nutrient recycling. And dragonflies are awesome at that. I got to do a presentation in my 14-year-old daughter's junior high class. Picture an auditorium of 200 14-year-olds. And I walked in there and I said, okay, I'm here to tell you some dirty jokes and we're going to talk about sex. And I'm probably going to end up in the principal's office. So I had their attention. So I talked about the reproductive capability of dragonflies. So have you guys ever seen dragonflies playing piggyback? You know they're not playing piggyback? Okay. Can you imagine how difficult that job would be, flying? Okay. So what they need is a healthy riparian area with long, tall grasses to be able to perch on, and then they can get that job done a little easier. Okay. So we need that riparian area protected to keep the dragonflies, to give them a place to reproduce. Okay. Now the downside to dragonflies, upside, great predator, doing great things for us. The downside to it, their adult lifespan is about 2 weeks. They only live for 2 weeks as an adult. Okay, so how many generations of dragonflies do I need for a whole summer? 8 or 9 or 10, right? Like quite a few. We need that all the time. The teenager stage, so the aquatic nymph of a dragonfly, so they're a water bug, swimming in the water. They're also a predator there, helping us out there as well. But that aquatic nymph stage can take up to 4 years. You need a 4-year breeding cycle to get 2 weeks of an adult that does the predator work for you. So should we be managing our riparian areas? Right? I spend a lot of time. I bought a backhoe just to build riparian areas. Okay, I'm encouraging it. When the farmer came through 30 years ago and ditched this part out to drain it away, I filled it back in so I could get my riparian area again. Okay, I want that riparian. I need to protect that. And I can't have the cattle walking in there stomping all over, knocking the grasses down, because it takes away their breeding grounds and it also kills the aquatic nymphs. Right? You'll walk around my pasture in the summertime. If you look up, you'll probably be able to count 25 to 30 dragonflies in sight. Okay, and very few flies. I walked across my hog pasture last summer, and I just noticed the little blue damselfly. So it's a relative to the dragonfly. It's a little blue, tiny one. His wings go behind him, whereas dragonflies they go out when they're resting. So it's a damselfly. So I walked across there. Every step, I was probably scaring up 1 or 2 damselflies. So I quickly calculated out. I've got 40 to 50,000 damselflies per acre on my property. Okay, how many flies do you think I have? Not very many. How many mosquitoes? You guys like mosquitoes? Okay. So every month I try and do an employee of the month on greener pastures. Okay, it's some other critter and I Google it up and I'm learning for myself too, but I also spread it out, is what the good things about some of these critters are. And one day I said, you know what? It's going to be the mosquito. There's got to be something good about a mosquito. So I started looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm searching and I'm searching and I'm searching. And it's getting more depressing. Okay. The critter on the planet that has killed the most humans is the mosquito. Of all critters on the planet, that's not a good thing. So, looking really hard, and I finally found it. The reason we need mosquitoes is their larvae. Their larvae actually cleans the water, and it's a very unique. Not very many critters do it, but they can pull the algae out of the water. So they're cleaning algae. So we need the mosquito larvae in the water. They like to breed in standing water, right? That's where the eggs get set. Not in flowing water, but in standing water. So in our dugouts, our ponds, our puddles, that's what it is. So I want the mosquito larvae. I need it to clean my water. But I don't want the adults, because I actually looked up the adults. They're just jerks. Okay, we don't want them. And sorry, they're all female, the ones that bite you. No offense, ladies. But yeah, I don't really like them. So how do we get the larvae but not the adult? Spiders and dragonflies. But spiders are really good. So we've already talked about leaving all that tall grass around your riparian areas, right? Keep it up. When mosquitoes hatch, they're little teenager stage, right? They're not very good flyers. They're terrible flyers. You could say they suck at it. No? Okay. They're not very good flyers. So they can barely get off the ground. They're just learning how to fly. And if you've got that tall grass around your riparian area, around those puddles, then the spider webs come in. Okay? And we can catch 95% of those mosquitoes coming out of the ground because they're very low to the ground. Dragonflies will come in and clean them out too, right? We were at a pasture walk on our property a few years ago and I had an entomologist come out. I usually try and get a speaker out every time as well. And he was an entomologist that year, and I was talking about all the reasons why I fenced off my water body, is so that the cows wouldn't drink in it. They'd have cleaner water. They wouldn't get foot rot. So all my benefits were the benefits to the livestock. And Dr. Hervet, he was the entomologist. He said, "Well, I would do the same thing. I'd fence this off, but I would do it for the insects. That's why I would do it." So he explained the dragonfly and the spiders, and he made a comment. He says, "Has anybody been bitten by a mosquito?" Right? There was lots of mosquitoes that summer in most places, and everybody's like, "No, not really." And then one guy said, "Oh, hold on, here it is," and he had a dragonfly on his leg. No mosquitoes, but we were getting attacked by dragonflies. He was just sitting there. And I really proved that to myself this summer. Just reinforced it 100%. I took over some new grain land, so I'm in gray wooded soil, and all of a sudden I got this little piece in the grain belt, 100 acres down there. My hired hand almost refused to go work down there this summer because the mosquitoes were so bad. Just terrible. Like my wife wouldn't get out of the vehicle. She refused to get out of the vehicle down there. 5 miles away on my pastures, I don't need bug spray, right? I don't have the mosquitoes. So what a dramatic difference I saw this year. So I told the grain farmer, I'm backing you up. I'm moving you away from the dugouts. I'm going to protect my, there's two dugouts on that property. So I put fences out and took those away from him. He's not allowed to be spraying and cultivating right next to the dugout anymore. I pushed him away. Once I explained why, he agreed, but I had to do it kind of carefully. Remember that human resources thing I said is important? Yeah, I wasn't quite that blunt. So yeah, these critters are really important to my operation. So how much time do you spend planning and thinking about the breeding cycles of your herd? How much time should you be spending about breeding cycles of your employees? Okay. The red velvet mite. Okay, my daughter really likes this guy. She's kind of short for her age. She's 14, and my 11-year-old is almost taller than her. Right? But she's tough. My 14-year-old is tough. She grew up with an older brother who I always used to tell him, he's that rowdy, just go, go, go all the time when he was a kid. And I always had to tell him, Andrew, girls are fragile. You can't be so rough with them. You can be rough with me, but don't be rough with your sisters. And I don't think he listened very hard because my 14-year-old is very tough. Right? You don't want to sit next to her when a punch buggy goes by. she's tough. So she's the mite. She's the red velvet mite, the mighty mite. You guys have heard the term about the dog. It's not the size of the dog in the fight. Right? Now this one's way better. It's not the size of the mite in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the mite. Okay? It even rhymes better, right? Way better. So the red velvet mite, he's a tiny little guy. He's smaller than dung beetles. He's pretty small. He's got 7 different stages of life. 4 of them, he's a predator. And he's not very big. Right? Most things in nature, especially if they're small, they try and hide, camouflage, right? They're like worried about getting eaten or something. Not this guy. He's bright pink. He like neon pink out there on the manure. He's like, come at me, bro. Come here. Bring it on. He will bite a pest way bigger than himself, and he will paralyze it. Right? Here's 5 red velvet mites attacking a grasshopper. He paralyzes them, and then he sucks the blood out of them alive. So don't be a grasshopper and try and tangle with a red velvet mite. They're tough. Okay. Hairy road beetle. Okay, I have lots of these. I see them all the time on my manure. They eat anything smaller than themselves. Okay, and he's kind of cool. When he flies, because he's a beetle, he flies. His tail curls up like a scorpion, and he just kind of hovers like a helicopter. I've been trying for quite a few years to get a good video of this, but he's slow, but I'm slower. I can't. I'm like chasing him around, but he's just like a hovering helicopter. He's on a recon mission, looking for prey, and then he just dives down onto the dung pat and attacks whatever he can. If you want to make a sci-fi movie, use this guy. Only make him big. His mandibles on the front are pretty scary looking. The predaceous ground beetle. Okay, I had a tour come out to my farm years ago, and Doug McCollaghay was my bug nerd. He still kind of is, but he's moved up in the government now. But he was my bug nerd, so he was in charge of this tour, and he's an entomologist. So they wanted to see a pasture. They were looking at cell design, so we're going to look at that a little bit here in a bit. Cell design, and so I took him to my newest pasture. Just put in brand new fencing, brand new water sites, and everything. What do you think the pasture looked like? It's terrible, right? It's brand new. I just took it over, so it was overgrazed severely. So when we showed up there, I started talking about my fencing and whatever, and one of my neighbors said, okay, Steve, I got a question for you. I live 10 miles away from you. I have grasshoppers everywhere this year. It was a drought year. And they're everywhere. Where are your grasshoppers? I said, I don't know. I don't raise grasshoppers. I can't build the fences that small. I was a smart ass. And so I said, I don't know. I don't have grasshoppers. I didn't realize we had grasshoppers this year. And so I turned to Doug, because he's my bug nerd, right? And he's running away. Sure, I get a bug question, and my bug nerd runs away. Great, thanks. But he comes back about a couple minutes later, and he's got a predaceous ground beetle in his hand. He said, this is a predaceous ground beetle. They eat anything smaller than themselves, okay, including grasshopper juveniles and larvae. He says, we've been here 15 minutes. I've seen 6 already. I just had to go get one. Okay, so what would happen if I sprayed for grasshoppers? There goes my predaceous ground beetle. There goes my hairy road beetle. There goes my red velvet mite. There goes my dragonflies. There goes my, right? You see the pattern here? For every one bad critter we have in our system, we have 1,700 good ones. Okay? If we have a pest that comes out, it's because we're out of balance, right? Our system is out of balance. We need to rebalance it. What has caused it? Look for the problem is why is it out of balance? I'm not saying you have the same critters I do either, but look for the problems. Don't try and attack the symptom, because that's what we do in agriculture. We're looking for that box, the bag, or the bottle, right? We're looking for that recipe. How do we deal with this? Regenerative agriculture is not a recipe. Okay, we need to look at things as a whole picture. So all my employees, they work for me. They work for room and board. We talked about all these things already. They fix nitrogen for us. They bring other nutrients to us as well, the mycorrhizae fungi. They break down manure and litter. They're recycling that nutrients. They keep my plants healthy, right? They're bringing nutrients that my plants need to have a strong immune system. Parasite control. There's good bugs out there that are controlling bad bugs. We've got to keep everything in balance. Nutrients availability. Agriculture talks all the time about how nutrients becomes bound up in the soil. Okay, I want to bind nutrients up in the soil. That is not a bad thing. I'm trying to build soil. I'm trying to use it as a storage place for my nutrients. Okay. If your plants need it, there will be a bug there to get it for them when they need it, if we have the biology working. Okay, so nutrients available, having nutrients bound up in the soil, it's not a bad thing. Don't let anybody tell you different. Building humus, we got to build up that water holding capacity. Okay, and buffering the soil. We talked about that with the earthworms. Okay. See, we can do all this with biology. We don't have to do it with equipment or with products or with chemicals. Okay. I'm not an organic farmer, but I don't need to use any chemicals. I always ask myself a question: what else does it do? Okay, you got a salesman trying to sell you something, and they're telling you this is what it does. Science is only about 10% efficient, right? For every one thing we know that it does, there's 9 other consequences that we don't know about. Okay? It's a ripple effect. If you do this, what else happens? And what else happens? And what else happens? Okay? So it's not that I need to be an organic farmer. It's that I always ask that question: what else does it do? And do I really need it? Is there a way I can solve the problem instead of addressing the symptom? Okay. So what my employees don't like? Chemicals, right? Put that on the top of the list. Whether it's a herbicide, a pesticide, a neonaticide, okay? To all my employees, it's homicide, suicide, genocide. Am I the only one that sees that? Yeah, not good. If you're, if it's a herbicide and it's not going to hurt your bugs, I had a county weed inspector tell me that one time, that he was going to spray a herbicide out there and it won't hurt my dung beetles. I said, really? The herbicide won't hurt my critters at all, any of my biology? No, it's a herbicide. It'll only affect plants. I said, okay, so if it's a herbicide and it won't affect any animals, why do you got to wear those gloves and that respirator when you're spraying them? Yeah. Enough said. What does it do to my one-cell bacteria? Okay, I don't want it. Fertilizer. When I was in college, I remember taking my fertilizers class, and I learned that when a nitrogen granule of fertilizer absorbs water, it breaks down, it releases the nitrogen, right? But it also releases an H+ ion. And in basic chemistry, the more H+ ions you have in suspension, the more acidic your suspension becomes, right? So every time we're adding fertilizer to our land, what are we doing? Making it more acidic. So I asked my instructor, I said, well, how do you stop that? Well, you could lime it and, buffer it out a bit, but yeah, well, no, how do you stop it? Well, you can put it in the grass for a while, but then when you work it up again, how do you stop it? Guess what? I figured out how to stop it. Don't do it. Okay? Legumes and the bacteria associated with them doesn't change the pH. Right? We got pH issues. We're causing it ourselves in a lot of cases. We're giving fertilizer to the ground. We're also putting our employees out of work, plus changing the pH, which is killing off certain species of bacteria anyway.
By fertilizer, do you mean chemical fertilizer or like manure or compost as well?
Compost and manure depends what's in it. What else is in it, right? The best way to spread manure is allowing the primary producer to spread it herself. Okay, I haven't hauled manure in 18 years. So let the cows do that for you and you're much better off. Now I know a lot of situations in agriculture we're not able to do that. Do it as much as you can. Okay? right? The one place I was just at, there was a room full of dairy farmers, right? They're in the barn all year long. So, okay, how can you manage that and still get these same principles in your situation, right? That's for you to figure out. I'm just telling you the principles, right? So, they don't like tillage, okay? Room and board, shelter. That's their roof. That's their home. We need to protect that. We need to hold on to the moisture. We need to, give them the protection, keep the temperature constant, right? You have exposed soil, the temperature fluctuations are up and down. All that bacteria needs a nice, stable environment to work in. Low organic matter soils, we need to feed them. We've got to give them food and water. Little trash cover, same thing. We've got to hold that moisture in. If it evaporates, if all the moisture evaporates out of your soil and you got a dry soil, what happens to your bacteria? They're done. Poor root systems, we gotta have nice, strong, healthy plants. Like, remember that big dandelion I talked about compared to that little weak one? Which one's giving more sugar out? Right, the big one, it can afford it. The little weak one can't afford to give any sugar away because it's barely got enough for itself. So we want nice, healthy plants, not overgrazed. And high acidity, I talked about the fertilizer already. Okay, we change the acidity, we're changing the environment for our critters. So, I'm not saying you can't do any of these. Okay, don't take me literally. Be aware of the production practices that you choose. Think about how is that affecting my soil organisms. Okay, how is it affecting my beneficial insects, my earthworms, my dung beetles. Okay, doing one of these once in a while isn't going to devastate your populations, right? The advantage of bacteria and most soil organisms is they're very prolific. They reproduce very quickly. Kind of the exception would be the mycorrhizae fungi. It can take months for the mycorrhizae fungi to recolonize itself. Okay? If you've got an intact network that goes dormant over the winter, and in the springtime it warms up, they're working again within days, that mycorrhizae fungi, really quickly. But if you cultivate it, break it all up into little pieces, or because they reproduce by spores, or if you have to start from spores, it can take 3 to 4 months to recolonize a piece of soil. So that's like almost our whole season. So it's a waste. So tillage is really hard on mycorrhizae fungi. But you choose what you're going to do. But one of these once in a while, I'm not opposed to, not at all. But doing a whole bunch of them continually over and over and over, yeah, you're not going to have much for soil organisms. So a lot of people right here ask me, which you guys didn't yet, but I'm going to do it anyway, about parasite control. Okay, I don't use any chemicals for parasite control. I don't dispute any of their product claims, right? It does what they say that it does. What else does it do? Is my question. What else does it do? There's a researcher out of Lethbridge, Dr. Kevin Float. He's done a bunch of research, and some of his research, he's told me he's found residues of the chemicals in the manure from the parasite controls. He's done different types of chemicals, so not just one. He's found residues in the manure up to 4 months after application. Okay, so 4 months later, 120 days later, there's still residue coming out of the manure. But some of the withdrawal time periods are what? 45 days, 48 days. Yeah, it's safe to eat after 45 days, but it's still coming out in the manure 120 days later. Something wrong with our system. Something's wrong. So, 3 steps that I use for parasite control. Number 1 is genetics. Okay, we need to select for it. There are some animals out there in your herd that are more resistant to parasite than others. Okay, and the problem is, we've been hiding it for many, many years. We've been treating and hiding the ones that are susceptible. Okay, and then you start selecting replacements from that. So we're selecting genetics that can't deal with parasites. If we were to stop treating, the ones that are susceptible would show up, wouldn't they? What would happen? You'd have high cull rate, right? You're going to be getting rid of animals quickly. So when's the best time to do that?
It's right away.
2015. Cull prices are really high, right? Things are doing good. Most people wait till things are really bad to make changes. Okay? You're better off to make changes when things are good. Right? If you could do that, if you stopped treating in 2015, you had a whole bunch of culls, you could get rid of them, have high cull prices, then you'd be left with some genetics that would be resistant to it. Okay? Good time to do it. Now you tell me when the next 2015 is coming, I'll tell you when to do this. Because we're on a downward spiral. Okay, if we treat the animal, we're killing. If it's killing internal roundworms, what's it doing to earthworms? Okay, what's it doing to dung beetles? I know if somebody's treated coming into my property because my dung pats are dead. Okay, I've got no activity in my dung pats. So you're not allowed to treat animals for 4 months before they arrive at my pasture. So if you treat in the fall, I'm okay with that because you've got 4 months in between, then they can come to my pasture. You're not allowed to treat right before coming to pasture because it kills all my dung pats. So we want to make sure that we're watching out for that. Then if it's killing the dung pat, then we've got the cycle coming in. The manure doesn't get broke down. Let's talk about the internal roundworm. Their egg, part of their life cycle is outside of the cow and the manure, right? So when their egg is out there. Now, if I can physically have my dung pats decompose within a week, where are the eggs? They're gone, right? If my cows move off in a rotation, and now they're over here doing a rotation, and I'm not coming back to that for 45 or 60 days, that dung pat's long gone, the eggs are long gone, and they don't reinfest themselves. So I'm a little bit ahead of myself. That's the rotation. Okay? If we break that cycle, then we don't get reinfested. Okay, so we can break the cycle. Now, we're in this downward spiral because the more we treat, the less they break down. Right? The more bugs we kill, the less our manure breaks down. The eggs aren't alive, they don't get killed. So they reinfest themselves. So now we have a worse problem. So now we got to treat worse. So this is that downward spiral. Right? The more you treat, you got to get off the spiral. When do you get off of it? That's your call. It's going to probably cost you some money. But we've got to get off that downward spiral sometime. So the other one is nutrition. What is a ruminant animal supposed to eat naturally? Grass, forage, legumes, right? Forage. It doesn't eat bread. It doesn't eat grain. It doesn't eat additives. It doesn't eat all sorts of stuff. Okay, it's not supposed to. You start changing the diet because we found something cheaper to eat, or something, donuts. You know, Weagle donuts. They don't eat that. If we've altered the digestion, and I'm also talking additives to the feed, right? Chemicals and things we put in the feed to change it. What happens is we're weakening their immune system and their hormonal systems. Okay, hormonal systems, a fellow by the name of Gerald Fry, he actually passed away last year. He was a huge loss to our industry. Very knowledgeable fellow out of Arkansas. I've been following him for years. He's a huge mentor of mine. But he talks about the hormonal systems and keeping those hormonal systems working. The animals will secrete oils through their skin if they have a healthy hormonal system. And that will naturally be repelling lice, for example. Okay, so we're building up these resistance. In elementary school, when you get a breakout of lice, you guys ever had that letter come home that there's been a lice found? A lot of people, the first thing they do is tell their kids to go wash their hair. No, don't. You tell your kids not to wash your hair. You want to get your hair oily because that will naturally, repel the lice. So your kid won't get lice, whereas the kid that washes his hair every day will maybe get it. So my kids always complain that, oh, my hair's getting so oily. I said, would you rather have me shave it off? Because that's what happens when you get lice. So they don't wash their hair. Okay. So we need to build up that hormonal system, keep it healthy so that it can naturally repel it. Okay, so we've got a genetic side to it, we've got a nutrition side to it, and we've got to break the cycle of the parasites. Okay, so that's how I deal with parasites. One of the herd that I'm managing right now on our swath grazing, a friend of mine, he hasn't used any chemical controls for about 25 years. Okay, he's naturally selected those animals and they're not resistant. The other herd that I have in isn't, it's just a commercial herd. We're starting to have some lice show up. None are on my friend's herd. There's no lice problems on his. And I did this a few years ago, I brought his in too. We had some animals come in and we had got lice pretty bad. When we sorted them out, his had absolutely no lice patches on him because they're genetically selected for it. So he's not an organic farmer either. He's all natural. He's direct marketing. That's what he believes in. So he's not certified organic, but basically he is. Okay, so building soil. That's one of the biggest parts of regenerative agriculture is building soil. Now, whether you're a crop farmer or just a grazer, we're still trying to build soil. There's a fella coming here to Woodstock in about a month in this area. His name is Brendan Rocky. Okay? He's a potato farmer out of Colorado. First time I saw him, I was speaking with him in Montana. Went down to Montana and looking at the agenda. Steve Kenyon, regenerative grazing. Brendan Rocky, potato farmer from Colorado. I'm like, how is this gonna match? Like, this is the potato farmer, that's ultimate tillage. What did I just tell you about tillage, right? I hate tillage. Chemical farmer, probably, right? I hate chemical farmers. Oh, was that too blunt? Anyway, so I'm thinking this is not gonna be a good matchup. Like, who put this together? Best presentation I have seen in years on regenerative agriculture. He's a rock star in regenerative agriculture. He's taking potatoes and he's growing them in a polyculture. He's got 7 different species of plants growing with his potatoes. Some that bring in beneficial insects, some that bring nitrogen, some that ward off parasites and pests, right? He's figured this out. He calls himself a biotic farmer, right? He finds a biotic solution to the symptoms that come in. So it is amazing. I'm not going to spoil this whole presentation, but I will highly recommend go listen to that guy. He's a fantastic presenter. Okay.
What was his name?
Brendan Rocky. Rocky Farms is his. Yeah, and he's coming to Woodstock. I heard like 2 days ago. I heard he's coming out here, so I'm really promoting him because he was fantastic. I actually had him come up to Edmonton for December, and I got him to my hometown too. So how do we grow soil? Number 1 is exudate. Okay, that sugar is being pushed out of the root tips. And in a grazing situation, we can get more exudate. Okay, I don't think I said this earlier. If you just grow a crop once and harvest it, you get 1 root growth, you get the plant that grows up and it matures, and then the rest of the fall, you don't have any growth. Okay? One of the keys to regenerative agriculture is having a living root in the soil for all summer, as much as possible. So by grazing that plant off in the middle of the summer too, instead of that 1 growth and harvest, we're going to harvest it a couple of times. What happens is the roots grow down and they're putting out exudate. There's a mirror at the soil surface, so they cut off the top, and then it sloughs off roots underneath, right? So we're throwing roots into the ground, and they can decompose. So we're building soil right there. But then those roots regrow, because now we got our second grazing, and we're putting double the exudate into the soil. So we're getting more of it. And then the later into the fall you can do that and have that root putting exudate into the soil, the faster you build soil. So the perennial polyculture is the fastest and best way to build soil. But if you're an annual farmer or a crop farmer, there are ways to do it. Guys like Brendan Rocky are doing it. Gabe Brown is doing it. They will tell you, though, it's a lot easier and quicker to do with livestock incorporated into your cropping. So exudate is the number 1 way to build soil. Glomalin, I didn't mention that, but the mycorrhizae fungi actually takes the exudate from the plants, uses it, and converts the carbon into glomalin, which is a much more stable form of carbon in the soil. So it's kind of a part of exudate, but the mycorrhizae fungi are the ones that do that. So if we can keep that in the soil, remember all this stuff about, what was it? Oh yeah, climate change, pulling carbon out of the air. For me, it's not about pulling carbon out of the air, it's about putting carbon into the soil, right? That gets my water holding capacity. If we can get it in the form of globulin, much more stable in the soil. It's not going to be disappearing on us. Okay? And leaving that residue on the soil surface. Okay, we're building soil. Most of that, for me, that residue is water holding capacity. Okay, I'm not trying to build soil that way. I'm just trying to get my water holding capacity. I'm building soil with the exudate and the glomalin, and then the root decay. Every time those roots slough off and then break down, we're building soil. Okay. Yes?
How quickly are you building an organic matter percentage?
They say 4 years you can be building some pretty good soil.
I got 2% in 3 years on one field.
Okay.
With
With
grazing.
doing that? Cool. Yeah. Bale grazing can do it really fast, right? I haven't done a lot of tests. I'm hoping to get back the reports from this carbon sequestration study, because about 10 years ago I had my agrologist come through and do soil tests. I don't do a lot of soil tests, right? If it's working, I'm happy, right? But so I'll get to see the difference between 10 years ago and now. Definitely we'll see a change in that. But so no, I don't have the numbers. I don't do the I'm cheap. I'm really cheap. Okay, but that's how we're going to build some soil, right? Proofs right here. It's working.
Okay, so we need the plants and the soil organisms, and I need the livestock to recycle it. Okay, that's the problem. A lot of agriculture, we look at one thing, right? We're just managing this crop, or we're just managing the animals. Okay, it all works together. It's a whole system. You got to look at it as a whole. Okay, so what we just talked about is what I call my 4 grazing principles. Okay, we need to build a healthy water cycle. That's number one goal on my farm. We need to capture as much sunlight as we can, right? Increase the photosynthetic capability. I haven't said it yet, but our farm runs off grid. I've got solar panels all on the side of my wall of my shop, so everything in there is powered by the sun. But I actually have millions of solar panels, right? They cover 3,500 acres. We're collecting sunlight all the time. So we got to build that energy flow. Energy flow is the energy from the sun through the plants, through the animals, and to be a food source for us, right? That's what I'm trying to do is that energy flow. Nutrient recycling, right? I already said matter cannot be created or destroyed. We just have to cycle it. If you're short of something, it's because the cycle is broken, right? It's not a shortage. It's that we've broken the cycle. And we got to build living organisms, right? We're building biology. That's the key to getting all this fertility and building our systems. Okay, so we're gonna jump up a little bit here. Now that's the why. We just talked about the why. Why do I do what I do? It's to build up biology and capture sunlight, to fix the water cycle. Okay, we're gonna go into the how. This is how I do it. So we do a rotational grazing system. Okay? But if you just watch what I do and then try and copy me, you're probably not going to get the same benefits because you have to know why you're doing it. We got to understand the deal. So the 4 grazing concepts is graze period, rest period, stock density, and animal impact. Okay, this is what I'm actually doing when I'm out there grazing. If you're just going to put up some fences and move your cows once a week, you're not going to get the same benefits. Okay, there's a reason why I'm moving it, and it's not a recipe. You can't move every Saturday. You've got to adjust and change depending on the environment. Your environment is different than mine, but I might graze differently than you, or I might graze differently than someone in Texas, but the concepts work in any environment. Okay, so concepts are constant. So graze period and rest period, they kind of work together. Little bit of a definition here first. Overgrazing is a very misunderstood term. Okay, most people don't understand what it is. So I looked it up in the dictionary. So here's one definition: overgrazing, to graze so heavily that the vegetation is damaged, so the ground becomes liable to erosion. Make sense? Okay. Here's another one: a situation in which there are too many cows or other animals eating grass in an area which damages the environment. Is that fair? You guys happy with those? Wrong. No wonder we don't understand them. Right? Both those definitions are wrong. There's only one thing that determines if your pasture is overgrazed or not. Can you tell me what that is? Close.
Recovery.
Time. So I looked it up in Wikipedia. Good old Wikipedia got close. When plants are exposed to intensive grazing for extended periods of time or without sufficient recovery periods. Okay, so that's talking about a graze period and a rest period. Now, whoops, what happened there? Okay, that must be a pause. Okay, so it's talking about, I don't like this intensive grazing because in a way that's the good part. But that's the only word I don't like either. But extended periods of time or without sufficient recovery periods. Here's the graze period they're talking about, and here's the rest period they're talking about. Okay, other than that, so by timing I mean when your plants are grazed. Doesn't matter how many cows, doesn't matter how many acres, it's a timing. It's on when those plants are hit. So let's look at graze period. So 3 basic stages, I kind of already explained this. We've got our little tiny plant, stage 1, vegetative state, stage 2, and then stage 3 is going to seed. Okay, we're going to break that up a little bit more. Oh, sorry, got a graph in here first. Just showing you that. Stage 1 is not very efficient. I don't like graphs, but there's another reason I'm showing you this. Not very efficient. Stage 2 is the most efficient part. Right? That's where we're collecting a lot of sunlight. Stage 3, not very efficient. It's dropping off. Okay, we're not collecting sunlight. So I'd like to keep
my plants in stage 2 as much as possible. Now the reason I show you this graph is I want to show you there's a mirror on the soil surface. Okay, here's the ground level. This is the top of the plant. Here's the roots. Okay, same thing. We're more efficient in stage 2 at putting exudate into the ground. Okay. What I'm doing when I'm grazing is I'm managing the root systems. I just can't see them. But that's what I'm managing for. I'm planning and deciding my graze period and my rest period according to the root systems. So if you've got I'm going to break this up into a little bit more. Early stage 2 and late stage 2. We're going to break that into two more pieces. So early in the spring, a perennial plant has to have some energy from somewhere. So it pulls energy from the root reserves or the energy stores of the plant. Okay, so the growth comes from the root reserves. It doesn't have any green matter yet. Once it puts up a few leaves, now it can start collecting some sunlight. So we get into early stage 2. We're starting to collect sunlight, but at this time, your energy stores are low in the plant. Okay, let's call it a fuel tank. It started out full, we grew a few leaves, and now the fuel tank is empty. Okay. If we allow the plant to keep growing, grows up and grows up. Now it's starting to put more and more sugar into it, building more and more leaves, and now it can start to replenish the root reserves. Okay, so now it starts to fill the fuel tank again. The key to overgrazing is you don't ever want to graze a plant in this stage, early stage 2, because the root reserves are empty. Because if you allow the animals to graze that plant, the fuel tank's empty, you take all the green matter off the top, where's it going to get energy from? Right? No fuel tank, no green matter to collect sunlight. So that's overgrazing because of the timing on when you graze. So ideally in a perfect world, I want to let my plants grow up to stage 2 late, graze them back to stage 2 early. Let it grow up to stage 2 late, graze it back to stage 2 early. Perfect world. Doesn't always happen. Yep.
What happens when the cattle, like what they'll often do is, they're just like people, I guess they pick the tastiest ones they like the best, and then they leave the stuff that
the undesirables. Yeah, we're going to get to that right away in stock density.
Okay.
We're trying to get the stock density high enough so they don't do that, but we'll get to that. Let me finish this first. Okay, so you guys know how to make good hay, right? Does that mean you always make good hay? No, but you know how. When do you cut?
Afternoon.
Okay, but the stage of plant, when do you cut your hay? Which stage? Late stage 2, right? Do you cut it right to the ground and put it back to stage 1, or do you leave a little bit? Right? Most people leave a little bit to get back to there, because then it'll regrow quicker. Okay? So all I'm doing is the same thing you're doing making hay. I'm letting my plants get mature. I don't want them to get to stage 3, because that's not very good quality hay, right? But I don't want to cut it right back to the start either. The only problem is my equipment, my harvesting equipment, I can't park it in the shed for 2 months. Right? I need to have my animals eating every day. So I have a whole bunch of little hay fields that I allow to grow, cut it in 1 or 2 days, and then allow it to grow again. It's all I'm doing, but I'm doing it in a whole bunch of little fields. No different than making hay. So what happens here, I kind of already explained this, you've got a late stage 2 plant. If we cut off the top of the plant, the photosynthesis is reduced. What happens is the roots die off. We're sloughing roots. Okay, it's a good thing because those roots are dying and becoming organic matter and building the soil. Then as it starts to regrow again, we start putting a new set of roots down, but at this point is when you could overgraze your plant. So the term is what you already said, is the second bite. We don't want to allow the animals to get a second bite. So if I turn animals out onto the pasture, they take the first bite. I want to have them off of that pasture before this regrows. Okay, I want to have it off. You don't want to let them take the second bite. They put up that new leaf, then the root reserves are empty. The fuel tank is empty. Okay, so our goal in my environment, I don't want to be on a pasture in the springtime for maybe more than 3 days. Later in the summer, it might extend. Maybe I can be out there 4 or 5 days. I mean, you tell me in your environment, when does that, after you've grazed it off or hayed it, when does a new shoot come up? How long does it take for that new leaf to come up?
4 or 5 days.
Pardon?
4 or 5 days.
Yeah, that's when you should be off your pasture. Okay? By definition, to stop overgrazing.
So your graze period has to be short enough to avoid the second bite. Every environment's different. Some environments you can be out there a week or maybe 2 weeks because it's so dry and so slow to regrow. Some environments, maybe it's a day, right? You're under irrigation in a really hot area, boy, those plants might be jumping right away. Okay, so you tell me what your graze period is going to be. Okay. So overgrazing can happen in 4 ways. We'll quick through this. You can take the second bite, what I just talked about. Your rest period might be too short. So we're going to talk about rest period right away. It's basically the same thing. Now your map in here. If you heard somebody talk about that grace period, you got to have it quick enough to get them off there, but you don't have enough paddocks. So we're going to get on there, and we're only going to be on there for 2 or 3 days, but then we're going to come off, and we've got 3 other paddocks we're going to go to. But if your rest period is too short, right? Let's say you only have 10 days of rest in between grazings. Now that plant is going to be coming up just in that early stage, and your root reserves are going to be empty, and you come back around your rotation. It's the same thing. It's still that second bite. It's just this time it wasn't that your graze period was too long, it's this time your rest period was too short. So we have to balance out graze period and rest period to make it work. That's where the art comes in, right? You've got to try and balance that throughout the whole system while managing animals. Well, they have to eat every day. It's not a recipe, right? You have to be flexible and adjust to that. So we can overgraze when the rest period is too short as well. Okay. You can graze too early in the spring, right? If you get them out there too early and graze that paddock down, we just used up that energy reserves, and they're going to take that out. Now that's not saying I never graze in the spring. I'll go out early in the spring, but I'll do it real quick because you can actually stimulate more growth. They put one blade of grass comes up, and you come on there and nip the top off, just the top. Don't take the whole plant. That might actually stimulate that plant to put up 2, right? It'll tiller. So depending on how you don't want to graze it right to the ground in the spring, but just nip it off the top. That way it still has some green matter. It can still collect some sunlight. So you don't want to graze it right down in the spring, that's for sure. You can also graze too close to the killing frost. A lot of people call it winter kill. I call it overgrazing. If your plant goes into the winter with no root reserves, how's it going to grow in the spring? Okay, so let's say when you're killing frost, sometime September, end of September. So let's say end of August you graze the pasture. By end of September, what do the plants look like? They're growing slower now, right? But they're probably this tall, probably that early stage 2. If those root reserves haven't replenished themselves and you go into winter that way, guess what? You've overgrazed your plants, right? So we've got to be careful there too. Again, not saying that I stopped grazing in August. Nature will forgive one mistake. She won't forgive the same mistake over and over and over. So whatever paddocks you hit, end of August last year, don't hit them end of August this year, right? Alternate. I start maybe I'll graze this way this year, and I'll go this way this year, and the year after that I'm going to start over here and go this way, right? Maybe I'll go back and forth on this year. So you change it up. The diversity is a really positive part to grazing as well. Okay, so graze period rules of thumb. When it's growing fast, in my environment, I want about 3 days or less. Okay, slow growth, maybe later in the summer, or if I'm in a drought, I can probably go almost a week before that plant starts to regrow itself. So you tell me in your environment what your numbers are. Okay, might be different. But basically, when you're growing fast, you're moving fast. When you're growing slow, you're moving slow. So my rotation might be 45 days, a rest period in the springtime. But in the late summer, maybe it's a 70-day rest period. Okay, so it's adjustable. You change it. It's not a move every Saturday type of a thing. So rest period, let's look at rest period for a second. Doesn't matter how big this is. Doesn't matter how many cows. Doesn't matter how big the paddocks are. I'm just using this as an example, and I've only picked 80 days because the math works out real easy. So don't write the numbers down. We've got this pasture that you have 80 days of grazing on. Okay, if it's continuously grazed, we have 0 days of rest. Let's put one fence down it. 40 days of grazing, we now have 40 days of rest. Right? 40 days of rest is pretty good. That's going to do a lot for that piece of land. The problem is we're still overgrazing here. Okay, so this is how I'm trying to explain how we have to balance graze period and rest period. So let's put a couple more fences down. 60 days of rest.
Ooh, that's a pretty big improvement still, right? I mean, for our plants, that's going to be great for those plants. Problem is, 20 days out there, we're still picking and picking and picking all those good plants. Okay, still overgrazing. There's 8 paddocks, 70 days of rest. So now our rest improvement increments is getting smaller, right? We're not getting that much benefit to our rest anymore, but 10 days of grazing in the springtime, that's still too long. We're still overgrazing our plants. Here's 16 paddocks. Okay? Now we're getting closer, 75 days of rest, 5 days of grazing. So 5 on each one, yeah, iffy. But if you think about it, let's say you're going to go out in, when you start grazing? May? Okay, let's say May 15th, mid-May. We're going to start a rotation then. We're going to go on the first paddock. Do you think there's 5 days of grazing in there? Mid-May? How tall is the grass? Okay. Think about it 30 days later. How tall is the grass? Mid-June. Right? It's going to be taller. So I can actually get away with this. 16 paddocks is my minimum number for the number of paddocks to stop overgrazing. Okay. To balance out the graze period and the rest period, I need a minimum of 16 paddocks. So here I might be out there for 1 or 2 days. By the time I get to the end, maybe I'm out there for 5 days. Okay, so it balances off. If I went to 24 paddocks, then I'm easily down to that 3.5 days. Okay, but we still have enough rest period. So if you go to a seminar and somebody says, well, you need a 65-day rest period or you need a 45-day rest period, pretty easy to get rest period. The hard part is balancing out that with the graze period. Okay, so that minimum 16 paddocks is kind of my rule of thumb. Now I'm going to tell you right now, every one of my grazing cells, which I have six different herds that are grazing, usually in the summer, every one of them has more than 16 paddocks. Okay, so this is kind of a minimum. I know for a lot of people, 16 paddocks seems like a lot, but it's not really. I'm going to show you an example of my daughter's grazing cell with 3 donkeys and a horse. She had 16 paddocks, and she did quite well with it. Okay, so don't forget about those the graze period when you start balancing out your rest period. And we're managing the root reserves. Okay, that's the most important part. Not the top of the plant. We're managing the bottom of the plant. Stock density is another grazing concept. Now this is not stocking rate. Just to get our definition straight, stocking rate would be the number of animals you have on a pasture for the whole summer. Okay, you have 50 head out there for the whole summer. The stocking rate is the number of animals per acre at a given time. So those 50 animals on 2 acres for 2 days. Okay, that's the stocking rate. So the higher the stocking rate, there's 2 benefits that we get out of that. We get better plant utilization and better manure distribution. Okay, plant utilization is them picking their favorite plants. Okay, picture a haybine going across your field. It cuts every plant, right? You don't really miss any. Everything gets everything gets knocked down. If I'm doing a high stock density, that's what I'm trying to mimic. I'm trying to knock down every plant, step on it, knock it over, break it off, poop on it, whatever it is. I'm trying to make an even playing field for everything to regrow. In a continuous grazing operation, what happens? They pick and choose their best plants. My daughter's article a couple months ago, she described it good, is that the undesirable plants, so the weeds, get all the advantage because you take out all their competition, right? The animals constantly graze the best plants over and over and over. You're taking out the competition, so who gets to reproduce and be prolific? The weeds, right? And we wonder why the weeds show up. It's because we're giving them all the advantage. So the higher the stock density, we knock every plant to the ground, right? That weed they step on and knock to the ground, it doesn't have an advantage. It doesn't get to reproduce, right? So we're trying to get the stock density high enough so that everything gets knocked down. So if you go out there for a day, pretty well knock everything down and get them off, right? You want to get higher stock density, move twice a day. They will definitely knock everything down, right? So it depends on how intense you get. The other benefit is manure distribution. Okay, the higher the stock density, the better they spread the manure. Okay, we get it spread out a lot better. In a continuous grazing operation, where does all the manure and urine end up?
Water tub.
By the water tub, by the trees, right? We're moving nutrients from the open land to places that we don't need it. Okay, so very high stock density. You guys heard the term mob grazing? Okay, mob grazing is moving multiple times a day, right? Maybe 8-10 times a day. Very high labor component too, by the way. So there's a balance that you have to do there. But I've mob grazed at times if I want to do an example or show a demonstration, or maybe I even have some weed patches that I need to deal with. Then I'll mob graze an area. But if you're moving 8 times a day, there's not a lot of time to get anything else done in a day, right? Like you're moving cows all the time. You're busy. So if you have to do anything else, like if I have to go to town, you basically move the fence before you go to town, you move the fence as soon as you get home, right? That's tight sometimes. And I learned real quick not to wear your town shoes. Okay, you cannot go across the paddocks without getting manure on you. Okay? I wrote an article years ago called "When the Dung Pad Hits the Fan." Okay, a lot of my equipment overheats. I constantly have equipment overheat. My quad overheats. My truck overheats. Do you know why? There's crap in my radiator. Right? I take it into the mechanic. My mechanics hate me. They hate me. I got to wash my vehicles off because they hate the smell of my equipment. Okay? So what I determined is that if the dung pad hits the fan, it's a good thing. Okay? If you can drive across your paddock after you grazed it with your quad, your ATV, and you don't get manure in your hair, step up your game. Okay? Like my equipment's always covered in manure. It's like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's why my tracker has a windshield. But I can't avoid it, right? On a continuous grazing operation, all the other farmers in my area, they can drive their quad across their pasture and never even see a cow patty. Okay? So if you don't have that density of manure out there, you need to step up your stock density. Okay? Because that's where we're starting to get that nutrient recycling happening. Those urine patches, right? You get enough urine patches out there, there's no urine patch anymore. It's all good. Okay? So we're trying to do that. So stock density does those two things. Really, really important. Okay? Just an example, here's 40 steers on 160 acres, that's 0.25 animal days per acre. Here's those same 40 steers on 10 acres. Okay, 4 animal days per acre, really bumps it up. Now, have you guys ever heard of really high stock densities of like 200 animal days per acre? Some people say, 1 million pounds per acre, pounds of beef. I use animal days. We went from 0.25 to 4. Okay. How many paddocks would you need to get 200 animal days per acre? That's a lot, right? This is pretty intense grazing. Some people do that. Now, either you need a lot of paddocks or you need a lot of forage. Once you get your pastures healed, this is 200 animal days per acre. We graze 200 heifers on an acre for a day. But you see how much forage you need for that. Okay. This was actually a cultivated field I just let go. And a polyculture of plants caused me to have this grass standing this tall. No fertilizer added. No fertilizer. So we basically stripped it. It was a 5-acre paddock, and we kind of did it in a pie, and we did an acre at a time. We hammered this down because I wanted to hammer this stuff into the ground and get it to regrow. There's what it looked like after. Okay, did we overgraze it? No, we just severely grazed it. We hammered it, knocked it to the ground. You can't tell if that's a thistle or a sweet clover standing up there because they've stripped all the leaves off of it too. Okay, so we increased that stock density. There it was coming back. Right? We didn't hurt it, and there it is the next year. Okay, we knocked that down. We've really increased that stock density. We hammered it up. Okay, stock density is really important for that. We've got that nutrient recycling. We've got that even plant utilization right there. Right? We've knocked everything to the ground. Nothing. Does anything have an advantage? Even those thistles or the sweet clover that was out there, I think that one might have some heads on it, but very, very little. So mob grazing is very intense. We'd be moving this fence over every couple hours. Which I actually do that a lot when I first start with a herd in the spring to train them. That very first paddock, I'll mob graze across it just to get them used to coming when they're called. If I put that extra work in the spring, it makes it a lot easier to get them for the rest of the summer. So that's usually when I mob graze, is that first day or two in the spring. Okay, there it is when we pull them off of it, right? They just hammered it. Does any plant have an advantage there? No. You don't want to drive across there either. You'll get covered. So another one for that kind of goes along with stock density is animal impact. Can be positive or negative. You can do this the wrong way too, right? What's an alleyway? right? They use it up and down all the time, that's negative animal impact. Okay, we can make it positive animal impact. I used to talk about just the physical soil stimulation by the animal's hooves. Okay, so that's that hoof breaking the capped soil, allowing water to infiltrate through it again, causing seed to soil contact, so we get new seedlings to develop. Right, that's the physical stimulation on the soil by the animal's hooves. But there's also a biological impact that the hay vine doesn't give you, the set of harrows doesn't give you. The biological, the bugs coming out in the manure and the urine, not to mention the food for the bugs that's coming out in the manure and the urine. The saliva, the snot that's hanging off their nose that drips into the water bowl. I'm the only one that makes me gag that. That's a good thing. It's feeding the biology. Okay? The biology that's falling off their hair coats. Right? All of this is really good for the soil. There's an interaction between the biology in the soil and the biology on the livestock. Okay? And if we take that away, we break the system. We're not looking at the whole system. So there's more than just the physical stimulation. But it can affect the water cycle, right? We can help break that capped soil, and we can recycle nutrients. We can push that forage to the ground, right? It's going to decompose faster if the bacteria can get a hold of it. If that grass is sitting up above, it's not going to break down as good. So when we step it to the ground, it's going to recycle better. Aids in seedling development. We can actually increase this animal impact with supplementation. So we can put a salt block in a corner over there and get more animal impact over there, or at the far end of the paddock to try and even out the plant utilization a little bit. Okay, so if they're going to overutilize an area, you can encourage them to go to the other area so they're not overutilizing it as much. So animal impact's pretty important. So those are the 4 grazing concepts. Okay, anybody can repeat them back to me? Nobody? It spells grass. Grace period, rest period, animal impact, and stock density. Well, it's close. I'm not a very good speller. I actually asked my 11-year-old how to spell words. She's my nerd. She's my spelling nerd. So yeah, it spells grass. But it's really important. So of all the things I talked about today, it was all kind of abstract concepts. The grace period, the rest period, the stock density, and animal impact. That's what you can do at home. Okay, that's how you get all that other stuff. So it's pretty important. That's where you start with. Okay, so you need to remember that. Sometimes a visual aid helps, right? So you can remember things better. So remember this little guy. Okay, you got that? And if anybody asks you what you learned here today, you can say that Steve Kenyon came here and showed you a picture of his cute little white ass. You got that visual mental image now? Appreciate it. Yeah. Come on, he's cute. Problem is the older he gets, the hairier he gets. Not as cute anymore. You good with that? Okay. Animal impact. I was just waking up. Animal impact is important. Here's an example of rejuvenation. Okay, so I will take a piece of property like this, usually this old wore-out pasture. You know what crop that is? That's dandelions. It's an entire field of little tiny dandelions. That's what I get to take over. So if I've got a solid pasture like this, it doesn't work quite as well as that canola stubble that I showed you. It's hard to establish on top of this. So again, I wait for rain. That's kind of crucial for me. I'm in a dry area. Weather's coming, so I'll broadcast some seed out on top there, usually just some legumes to get it started, and white clover works really good in my area. What grows in your fence lines? What grows in your lawns? What's your weed? You guys get bird's foot trefoil? Thistle, so for legumes. Yeah. So whatever grows in your area.
Some white clover.
Yeah. So I use white clover because it works well. I actually have a mix of white clover, red clover, sweet clover that I throw out. So then I'll throw the seed out there, and as it's raining on the sod, definitely as it's raining, turn the cows out onto it. And they can step that in. It softens up the ground a little bit, gets a little bit more seed to soil contact. They can knock it into the ground, and now I've got clover coming within 1 year. Okay? And then by the second year, we're worried about bloat. Okay? So that broadcast and trample has been the most effective for me. I zero-tilled in a few times, but if the drought hits, it doesn't work. Okay? If the drought hits here, it doesn't work.
What would you use for seeding rate?
but it's a lot cheaper to do it this way. 5 to 10, maybe 3 sometimes if I'm cheap.
You ever do frost? How's that compare to frost?
Frost seeding works really well too. There's only a couple of days of the year that it works.
Yeah.
So if you're busy that day, you miss it. I've hit it 3 times in 18 years. So I'm always busy doing something. You're not ready. You don't have the seed. Oh, today would be perfect, but I'm not there, right? So frost seeding, ideally you want to broadcast that seed out on top when it's freezing at night, but it's thawing out during the day. Okay, so that change in temperature, that frost, will really help to get seed to soil contact. Now, best to do it after the snow is all gone, and even better to do it after the snow is all gone, but you just got a little half-inch of snow, because then you can see your tracks. It's really easy then. But too much snow, and then you're going to be washing away seeds. Okay, and then if you can stomp them in with the cattle, that works too. But it's too cold at that time for it to actually germinate. It actually germinates later, right? So most common for me is right before the cows graze it. Go out and spread some seed and then let the cows harrow it in and then get them off. Okay. But yeah, frost seeding can work, but it's a very small window. You better be ready for it if it's coming. Okay, so that's kind of the grazing concepts. Real quickly, we're going to look at how much time do I got left?
About
15, 20 minutes. Okay, let's look at actually the fencing now. Right? How do we make that work? Boy, this guy just said we need 16 paddocks. Whew, that's a lot of paddocks, right? Well, it's not that bad. Don't get scared about it. It can be temporary fencing. It doesn't have to be all permanent fencing. Now, that being said, on my scale, I've actually figured out that I need more permanent fencing because the amount of time that it takes me to put up and take down a fence, that if I have to do it more than twice in the same place, I might as well just buy new material for the amount of labor it takes me. Because labor is a big issue to me. When I started doing this in 1999, where we're at, and then by 2003, I actually quit my. 2003, I started to expand. 2005, I quit my full-time job and just went part-time. So I had lots of time in the summer. All of a sudden, I'm like, okay, well, let's strip graze everything. We're going to really strip graze everything. And then I started expanding in 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007. All of a sudden, I'm up to 3,500 acres, and I'm trying to strip graze everything. How much time did I have left? Not much. So I started putting in more permanent infrastructure so I could reduce my time. And time is one of the most expensive parts of my business, right? The amount of labor that I put into it. And farmers don't pay themselves time, right? Yeah, you should. So I'm putting in more permanent infrastructure, more permanent water systems, more permanent fencing so that I reduce my labor. So first, we're going to look at this in a perfect world, okay? You guys okay with that? I just talked all morning about how I try and manage with nature, right? I'm trying not to fight with nature. I'm trying to work with the biology and work with the way things always worked. Nature didn't have electric fencing. Okay? Why am I using a bunch of electric fencing? Why? I'm trying to mimic what nature used to do. But we've changed our environment so much that we have to adapt and use some other tools. So, do you guys ever know a drug called Draxin? No? It's a new drug in the feedlot industry. It's supposed to be wonderful stuff, right? It's really powerful. It's also very expensive. Nothing against Draxin. I have no issues with their product. And I've actually said this, and they were in the room. They had their display booth in the back. The one thing I don't like about Draxin is their slogan. Okay, it's been up for 10 years. Maybe they have it still, maybe they don't. But on their display booth behind their little table, it says, Draxin revolutionized the cattle industry like barbed wire did in the 1800s. Oh, I hate barbed wire. I don't mind using it. I put it up. But you know what barbed wire did to our industry? It destroyed our industry. What did we do before barbed wire?
Move cows around, grazing
How did we do it?
with herders.
Cowboys. Cowboys, right? We had to keep our cattle, so we hired people to keep our animals together so they wouldn't run away. And then what happened was they'd be out of food, so you'd move them over here. And then you'd move them over here. And move them over here. Okay? We did rotational grazing. What did we do before that? What did nature do? Herds of flies.
Kept them moving.
The predators, right? They kept moving. The flies made them want to move away. The lack of food made them want to move away. So they moved in tight herds because of predators, and they would keep rotating around. Okay, so Cowboys are too expensive now, right? Barbed wire wrecked that for us, because all of a sudden we put these fences up, and now the cows spread out, and now they're continuously grazing. And we got rid of the predator, so we don't have that issue anymore. So that's where I use electric fencing to do this rotational grazing. Okay, so I'm mimicking what nature did because we're not in the same situation. There's a new normal. Okay, we can't go back to where we were. So that's why we use electric fencing. So there's actually 5 different types of cell design. Oh, we're not going to be able to see those very good, are we? There. There's an alley system. There's 6 pictures up here, but I'm going to look at an alley system in 2 different ways. There's a water truck system, a pipeline system, a cell center, or a pie or a wagon wheel, whatever you want to call it, and then there's strip grazing. Okay? So I've been teaching this since about 2005, and nobody's come up with another one yet. So I think I got them all. So we'll look at them each individually. We're going to look at the perfect world, no physical land restraints, everything's, our sky is nice and blue all the time. We're going to compare apples to apples. It doesn't matter the size of the paddocks or the number of cows. Okay, depending on your environment, depends on your production. Okay, this could be 10 acres, or it could be 100 acres. The cell design would be exactly the same. Could be 1,000 acres. It could be the exact same cell design. Okay, it doesn't matter how big this is. But for argument's sake, these are all 160 acres. My area is designed in quarter sections, so they're all 160 acre squares. If I have 160 acres with 16 paddocks, that's 10 acres apiece. Okay, easy numbers. If this was a full section, so 640 acres, it would be the exact same design, but each paddock would be 40 acres in size. Okay, so it doesn't matter how big this is. For argument's sake, it's 160 acres because I actually have some distance of fence in here as well. So that's the only reason why we should know that. Okay, so a 2-alley system. 2-alley system, it has actually 4 miles of cross fencing. So all the interior fencing, there's 4 miles of it. Okay, exterior is 2 miles, but we're looking at just the interior for the cross fencing. In comparison, a 1-alley system has 4.4 miles of cross fencing. So it kind of doesn't make sense, right? A 2-alley system has less fencing than a 1-alley system, but I added it up. It's correct. Okay. The advantage of this style, like the squarer the paddock, the closer it is to the water, basically, is the better the utilization. So, in comparison to long rectangles, depending on how intense you graze, let's say this is the water right here, closer to the water you might get overutilization. Okay, they're going to graze a little harder because they're going to hang out there more often. Farther away from the water, you might get underutilization. So you might have some plants that don't get eaten, they're standing up pretty tall still. So you're going to have underutilization and overutilization. Depending how intense you graze. If you're going to move on a daily basis, that's not going to show up. They're going to graze the whole thing and then it'll be pretty level. If you were to do this on a 4-day move, so they were going to be out here for 4 days, yeah, you're probably going to end up with some overutilization close to the water and underutilization away. Okay. We can alleviate that a little bit by putting the salt block down here. If we throw the salt block down here, they're going to hang out down here by the salt more, and we're encouraging them to be down there, so you're going to alleviate that a little bit. Okay. So the squarer the paddock, usually the better the utilization. Downside to an alleyway is the manure ends up in the alleyway, right? The urine and the manure, they come down and take a drink, and on the way back, they crap and pee on the way back. So your most abused piece of land ends up getting the fertility. So that's on the negative side. The fencing on the positive side, low labor, low capital costs. The fencing actually is really cheap. Usually when I work it out, I amortize it over the life of the fence. It works out to 50 cents per acre to put up a fence or something. It's really cheap. It's pretty cheap. Depending on your fencing, of course, but usually the fencing is pretty cheap. And low labor, right? The cattle are walking the water. They're doing all the work. They're doing all the movement. So. One advantage here is the flexibility of movement. If all your paddocks are connected by an alleyway, you can easily move from any paddock to any paddock at any time. You can bring in an animal to treat a foot rot or a pink eye or something, right? I've done an AI program in the summertime with 1 unit of labor, just me, where I could walk the cow-calf pair easily, put them into the corral, right? Have a corral system by the water and AI them. Usually that's a big job, but if I have an alleyway, I can do that with 1 unit of labor. So flexibility movement's good. So same thing, low labor, low capital, Manure and flexibility of movement, the same thing. Okay. The one advantage the one alley system has over the two alley system is if I'm ever going to bale graze close to home. If I've got the opportunity there, long rectangles are really nice to strip graze down. Okay. Or if I want to mob graze stuff, the long rectangles are really nice to be able to strip graze down. Nice short fence to move and easy to move. Okay, so water truck. This has only 3 miles of cross fencing, right? There's only the interior fences. There's no alleyways. So square paddocks again is good utilization, right? You can basically put the paddocks however you want, whatever's the easiest with the contour of the trees or the contour of the land. Pretty simple. Excellent manure distribution. You don't even have a watering site that always gets the manure. You can move your watering site around and spread that around. So excellent in manure distribution and utilization. Downside, increased capital costs and labor costs, right? You've got to have the equipment to haul it, and makes a big difference on maybe the size of the operation too, right? For my pig operation, right, we raise up to about 50 pigs. I got to haul water once a week. Not that big a deal. What if I have to haul water for 900 yearlings? Okay, that's a big job. That takes a lot of work. So some people love the water truck, some people hate the water truck. But yeah, increased capital labor. Increased herd effect or animal impact, right? We can stimulate, we got a weed patch somewhere, we can park that water truck right on that weed patch for the day, and they can have that increased animal impact right on that spot. So it can be a tool to improve pasture as well. So water truck. We have a self-center system. Now this is, some people call it a pie or a wagon wheel. Basically it all radiates out from the center watering site. It doesn't always have to be right in the center, but usually it is. The most fencing of all the examples, 4.8 miles of cross fencing to do all those long diagonals. Can have poor utilization because of the long paddocks again, just like the long rectangles, but now they're long triangles. The farther away you are, you might have poor utilization. Okay. From an aerial photo, sometimes it'll show up, they call it the hub of the wagon wheel. The inside here, it'll be a different color because that's constantly hammered down and overutilized. So again, depends on how intense you are. If you're going to graze on a daily basis or less, then you won't have that show up. But if you're going to do a 3 or 4 or 5 day rotation, then yes, you'll definitely have that hub show up. Now again, throw your mineral at the far end, and that's going to help that a little bit. Okay. Now, in the real world, some of our paddocks get a little more complicated than that. Sometimes they're not square, and they're not perfect shapes. And when you have a hired hand that throws the salt block at the far end, you spend 35 minutes looking for the salt block because you don't know where you put it. So usually I tell them, just throw it out here somewhere where I can find it. Support you. Fair manure distribution, you've got one watering site, but they can spread it pretty good. Again, depends on how intense you are. Low labor and capital costs. Once it's set up, the cows are doing all the work, right? They're walking to water. Flexibility of movement here. You can move from any paddock to any paddock at any time. Really, you're pretty flexible if they're all connected to one water site. I did an AI program on this as well. And you can have a little corral system in here to bring in a foot rod or a pink eye. Or for the AI, I can easily walk a cow-calf pair down a funnel. Right, the alleyway was a little bit easier, but the funnel's not too bad. So that's pretty flexible too. Okay. We have a pipeline system. Now this is basically you're taking the water to where you want it. So this gives you a lot of flexibility on where you put your fences, right? The paddock size and shape is very flexible. 3 miles across fence, again, we've got those square paddocks, so it's good utilization and pretty good manure distribution. We've got 4 watering sites now instead of 1, so we're going to have even better than the cell center. If you actually look at this, it's 4 cell centers, right? So it's kind of a combination, really, but you just put your cell center where you want it, and you have fewer paddocks. Nowhere on my ranch do I have 16 paddocks on one water site. Okay, most of my cell centers look like this. There's a watering site, maybe it's not a pipeline, but it's a watering site with 4 or 5 paddocks off it. And then we move to another spot where there's 4 or 5 paddocks. On a bigger scale, you end up having, it actually gets easier because you don't have to divide up the land quite as much for the watering sites. Can be increased capital costs. Okay, if this is a bare piece of land that I took over, and I've got to put in a pumping system, the pipeline, the troughs, the fittings, and all that, it can get pretty expensive. If your house is sitting in the corner here, you've already got the pressure system, you've already got, right, the pumping system. So now it's just the pipe and the troughs. So it could be actually cheaper than putting in a solar system or a gas-fired pump or something. But it can be more expensive. Low labor costs. Once this is set up, kind of sweet, right? You're just opening gates and moving cows. Some people will still move a trough around with the water, but if you can, like I said, you increase capital. Like I want more permanent water sites, so I don't have to have the labor of moving systems all the time. Okay? So a pipeline system. Strip grazing. Okay, there's lots of different variations in strip grazing. On the left-hand side here, we show a pipeline going down the middle, and then we've got temporary fencing. So these long fences here are permanent, and then all the dotted ones would be temporary fencing where we're going to move it. So we would strip graze down one side and then come back the other side. So you'd have a portable trough that moves with you. Pretty simple, pretty easy to move. You can adjust the size of your paddocks, so it's variable, which is kind of nice. So you can, let's say you want to go past there's a weed area here you want to knock down, get really good stock density on it, so you can make your paddock smaller. And then you want to go camping for the weekend, the long weekend, so you can make your paddock bigger, right? So you're really flexible on the paddock size. So you got these two portable, or probably three portable fences. Depending on how intense you get, variable utilization. The other side here, it's a little different strip grazing. So this whole paddock, we could graze for, let's say, 3 days. Okay, so I'm going to put these two fences up. On day one, they're going to graze the first one. Then I'm going to take the fence down on day 2, and they're going to graze this one. They were walking through 1 to get to 2. And then on day 3, I take this one down. They walk through 1 and 2 to get to 3. Okay. So what we've done is we've increased the stock density and the animal impact. The key, though, is we still have to have the graze period and rest period adequate. We have to be off all 3 before the first paddock starts to regrow. Okay, so that would be day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, it's starting to regrow. We got to be off. So if they start grazing down here again, you're going too slow. You got to get them off. Okay. This would be mob grazing. So now we're going to move multiple times a day all the way down. Again, the key is to get off before the plants start to regrow. So this is a way to increase the stock density and animal impact, but you can't sacrifice your graze period and your rest period. Can be higher labor costs. Again, we're moving fences all the time. That's more time spent out there. Be wary of your labor costs. If I lived in South America or South Africa and I could get labor for $5 a day, I would mob graze everything. It's really good for the land. It's really good for the utilization. It's really good for the pastures. Okay, but in my environment, labor costs are really high. I back that down to about move once a day, once every couple of days, because my labor component gets too high. So I'm not going to improve my land as fast, but at that cost, I'm improving it fast enough. Okay, there's a economic threshold on every piece of pasture, how far away it is, how many animals are there, like how big it is, and is how much labor I can put into it. Okay, so there's a strong economic component to this as well. Again, strip grading, we have the flexibility of paddock size and low capital costs, right? This is pretty cheap. The temporary fencing is cheap because you're using one fence to replace probably 30 fences, right? So, multiple ways of doing strip grazing. You can strip graze in a cell center. I had one landowner that I rented from. He just bought the piece of land and he didn't want any permanent fences on his land. He said, no, I'm a snowmobiler. I don't want high tensile fences across my land, and it's pretty. I don't want fences. So I had to do everything with temporary fencing. So I actually only had 80 acres, so it would be about half of this. But the idea here is a piece of land. You'd put the cattle in here. You'd put up an extra fence. And when they were done, you'd have a roller on this side. You'd roll it up a little bit, let the cattle into the next piece, put the fence back up, and then you would take this fence down and put it up over there. Okay, and then you move them into there, and same thing. Take that one down, put it up. Take that one down, put it up. So you could strip graze in a cell center. Now, same thing, flexibility of paddock size. We could easily make a small paddock if you want to go over an area that you really want to stimulate, or if you wanted to go away for the long weekend, you could make the paddock bigger. Okay, same thing, just in a different shape. Okay, so that's the 5 different cell designs. If anybody wants a picture of that, that's the time to take the picture. Kind of all the pluses and all the minuses for it. None of them are right, none of them are wrong. Okay, everybody's farm is different, every environment's different, every piece of land is different. I've done all of them on my land. Okay, I've done every single one of them.
Which one would you use the most?
Use the most, probably right now a version of the cell center, because I've got a watering site and I make 4 paddocks off it. And then I got a watering site. Like I usually have 1 to 2 watering sites per quarter. So if I've got a 1,100 acre pasture, which I'm going to show you a bunch of pictures, then I've usually got 3 or 4 paddocks per quarter, right? So where's my watering site? Okay, draw some fences, right? I don't need 16 on that quarter. I just need a few to get me, because I've got a whole bunch of other land with it, right? So we'll show you some pictures. So let's look at it in the real world. Okay, what kind of cell design is this? These are my little maps that I draw on the computer. Blue is water. The speckled or the spray paint is trees, and if it's blue speckled, it's going to be a riparian area, but then all the fences. So here's water and here's water. What kind of cell design is this?
Center cell.
Okay.
Center on one,
This would be a half a cell center, yeah.
yeah.
And this one's kind of an alleyway, but kind of a cell center too. There's an old corral system right here, so this is a corral that we come through to get out to this one. Okay, so kind of an alleyway too. This is an old railway track running down the middle. Okay, would a double alley system work here? Not really, right? Pretty hard to go across a railway track on a daily basis. So every system is suitable in a different environment, right? We got to be flexible. What's this one? These are shelter belt trees. They planted. This one was from Saskatchewan, and years ago it was a grain farm. So the PFRA shelter belt program, they put in all these tree lines. So if you're ever in southern Saskatchewan, you don't want to take out any trees. There's not very many there. Okay, so we're going to encourage him to keep these trees. He turned it into a grazing field, but he had his son coming back from university for another 2 years. He was in his second year of university, and then in 4 years he'd be done, and then he'd go off and get a real job. Okay, so he had his son's help, and he was a grain farm that was converting over. So he had a truck, and he had the labor. Okay, so what he did was he set this up as a water truck with a strip grazing. Okay, so he just basically strip grazed down the field, then he parked the water truck and moved the water truck, with the plan eventually to put in a pipeline. So when his son was gone, he didn't have labor anymore, right? But sometimes cash flow is an issue. So in the next 2 years, his plan, I don't know if he ever did it, his next 2 years was the plan to put the pipeline in, because then he could do it by himself. So, a couple of key things to watch here, though, is animal movement, right? That's a big part of what we do when we're planning. So, if he starts grazing here, graze, 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 down, up, and back, okay? Now he's done over here. How do you get to here? Right? These 2 paddocks are in the way. So right away I told him, okay, we want gates here, and I want gates right here. He's like, why there? Because I'm going to graze down, come back, go across, right? I'm going to not go all the way to the end, go across, go down, around, and then we've got 2 paddocks to get across that again. Okay? So just putting gates in it. So I said you got to cut some trees out right here, and you got to cut trees out right here and right here. Okay, so just helping plan that animal movement, that's a big part of our cell design course. Okay. So here's one of our pastures. A little bit of everything here. So the gray is a gravel road. This is a highway. So I've got an 80-acre piece down here, an 80-acre piece here, and all this is connected. So we do a cattle drive down to these ones, across. This one actually was a water truck. There was no water there. So I knew when we were there, they spent about a week in there at a time, I had to haul water to that spot. Okay, that's just what it was. I was a water truck. This one was that cell center in a strip grazing. He didn't let me put any fencing in there. So I had to put those strip grazing fences out and move that across. Here's an alley system, right? There's an alley coming connecting all those. There was actually an alley here, it's just not in the map. There's a cell center right here that does all these big bush paddocks. There's a cell center right here, and there's obviously a cell center coming out of that one. So, a little bit of difference, right? We gotta vary it depending on the land. This is a 1,700 acre pasture that I have. This piece is about a mile down the road, so we gotta do a cattle drive down the road to get to it. And it would make sense, to graze this paddock and come out and come down the road, right? No, that's not an easy move. I would rather do an easy long cattle drive than a hard short one. Okay, trying to get this is 500 acres. Trying to get the cattle out of 500 acres. How long is that going to take me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a disaster. So what I would do is if I had to graze that one, then my light's not working here. I would call them out of there into this paddock. I'd have these ones saved, and then call them out of that one into this one, and then maybe even out of that one into this one, and get farther away, but a nice easy paddock to come out of. And then I would come out the gate, down the road, all the way down to this one. I'd probably pass the gate, come all the way down here, and come into this gate. Okay, and then I graze my way back, and then I come out of this nice little easy paddock and into this one.
That's a forest.
This is 500 acres of bush.
And you set them out in there.
I'll graze it, yeah. There's a perimeter fence around it. So it's my go to the lake for the week paddock. Or it's the plus 40 degree weather paddock, right? I might actually save it.
Yeah.
See this little cell center right here? So I got a cell center here for those three. I got a cell center over here for these three. I have a cell center here with no water in it. The whole reason that's there is so I can skip that bush. Okay, so picture this grazing rotation here. We're going to graze, light's not working, across. I can skip the bush, go across and around, and I can skip that whenever I want. And if it gets to that week where it's plus 40, boy, we're going to sneak across and leave them in there for a week. I save that. I usually only graze it once a
Grass
week.
is in there or
Shrubs, plants, they're browsing.
They'll find it. Yeah.
Lots of little low dips where there's some grasses. Stinging nettle.
Sure.
I love stinging nettle. Cell center on this one. We have an alley right here to get to that one. There's actually another alley on the other side. See this piece right here? I've got a long fence running across lengthwise. Okay, I just told you that the squarer the paddocks, the better. Right? My fencing cost would be cheaper if I went straight down like this. It'd be a shorter fence. Do you know why I went across?
Over one hack.
Animal movement. I got to get back. Right? I got to do a rotation. So let's follow my rotation here. We're going to graze around here, graze this one, come across. We're going to go across, down this side, come back on this side, and then come back across. Okay? Because that's my gateway between those two pieces. So I had to do it lengthwise to be able to get back to where I started from. Okay? So grazing yourself into a corner ends up being a wreck. Right? You don't want to graze yourself into a corner. Okay? Yeah, that's about it with that. Okay. This is my daughter's 5-acre piece that she grazed, and she wrote an article about it. So her job, I told her, your job for the summer, she wanted to make some money. Said, your job for the summer is to mow the yard. But you got to use the donkeys and the horse. I said, what? I made her make a grazing plan. She had to carry out the grazing plan, move the animals, move the fence and the water. There wasn't a paddock here that she couldn't reach with 2 garden hoses. Okay, so she could reach all the way out to this one here with 2 garden hoses. She had to fill out a grazing chart and calculate the animal days per acre and then the dollars per acre before she got paid. So she had to do the whole thing and she got paid. She even bought herself an iPhone out of it. She made some profit. And then I let her write an article about it, and it was published. So if you want that one, it's not on the Canadian Cattlemen website anymore. It's too old. This is my older daughter. She was 12 at the time. And she wrote this article. She explained how some of her paddocks are more profitable than some of Dad's. She was pretty proud of that. She had some that were making like $180 an acre or something. She did well. And yeah, so she did the whole thing, and she even got paid for the article. So she was a published article after that, or published author after that. Now, it doesn't matter how big this is. This is a 5-acre piece of land. Okay, it could be 500 acres. The cell design could be exactly the same. Okay, everybody's always asked, well, how many cows do you put on the, how big do I make my paddocks? It doesn't matter. The cell design is more important is the number of paddocks. The grazing production, it varies more. So if this was 500 acres, though, that'd be a pretty big house. I wouldn't mind that shop, though. Eh? I just don't want to sweep the floor. That'd be pretty big. Let me go back one thing. The size of the paddock. Everybody's always worried about how many acres do I make a paddock. It depends on the production. Okay, this quarter right here is pretty thick bush. There's not a lot of grass out there. I could put my herd out there, and they would be out there for about 3 days and they'll be done. Okay, I could put them in this paddock right here. They would last 6 days. It's a lot smaller. Just the production. It's in a low area, and like that grass grows up to here, just thick and lays over. So they could camp out there the whole time. That's why I made these paddocks smaller, because they have higher production. So what I don't want the paddocks even in grazing days.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want the paddocks even in acres. I want them even in grazing days. Okay? In a perfect world, 3 days, 3 days, 3 days, 3 days, 3, or whatever my rotation, right? 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days. Now, in the real world, we know that doesn't happen. We got some bigger. This bush quarter over here, we had a kind of a roadway plowed down it. They'd be out there for about a week. It's a little lighter bush, quite a few little riparian areas in there. There's lots of grass. This little open field in the back. So it was worth my time to split it up because they were out there for over a week. So I split it in half. Now they're 3 or 4 days on one side, 3 or 4 days on the other. Okay, so that made it worthwhile. But this one, why would I spend all that money when I only had 3 days worth of grazing out there? Okay, so the size of the paddock depends on the production, not number of acres. Okay. So what I look for when I'm grazing, personal restraints. Okay, this is kind of a checklist when you're figuring out your cell design. Personal restraints. I work all day long, right? I got a full-time job. I can't run a water truck. I don't have time, right? That's a personal restraint. You might not want to use a water truck. Herd restraints. For me, I have very few herd restraints because I'm a custom grazer. I bring in one herd and I run this whole piece of land. If you have a cow-calf herd and maybe your heifer herd, well, now you need 2 cell designs on the same amount of land, right? There's a herd restraint. You might change your fencing because of the herds. Maybe you're a purebred guy and you want, 25 cows with one bull and 25 cows with another bull. Well, then you have 2 cell designs instead of putting them all together and running one. Water location makes a big difference. If it's right in the middle of your land, boy, that cell center looks pretty good. But if it's way off in the corner, well, okay, maybe the pipeline's looking a little better. Let's get the water to where we need it. So that makes a big difference. Physical land restraints, lowland, railway tracks, highways, bushland, rivers, creeks, right? All sorts of things can get in your way. So you might have to replan your cell design according to those physical land restraints. I try and separate out forage types. So forage types would be bushland, separate from open land, separate from lowland, right? Things are a little bit different. Maybe tame versus native. Fences can bend, you guys know that, right? Some people, they can't. I actually lost land one time because the landowner didn't like my fence that was curved. So you gotta be careful on who you're dealing with. But we want to separate those out because they graze them differently, right? You want to get better utilization, you put them in all one type of feed at one time. And that's all they have to eat, then that's what they're gonna eat. If you give them a choice, they're gonna go to one versus, prefer one over the other. So we can separate them out. I manage for riparian areas. I think we talked about that enough with my dragonflies and spiders today, right? Very important to me. I protect my water sources, same thing. What they're gonna drink out of, the water they're gonna drink, I protect it. Like it's completely fenced off. I might graze it once every 4 or 5 years, right? I might throw the donkeys down there for a bit. I like my donkeys. We have donkeys. They're guardians, plus I get some really good jokes out of them. So I might graze them once in a while, but during the growing season, there's no animals in, right? We're protecting that riparian area for all those reasons. Just water bodies, right? Creeks and rivers, I'll still graze them, but I'll fence them separately so we graze them as a riparian area. Okay, so I might graze them later in the summer, not necessarily early in the spring, but I do graze them. There's a lot of production in those. So we plan for animal movement. We talked about that a little bit today, but that's a big part of cell design is trying to figure out how to get back to where you started. Okay, it's not necessarily just putting fences where it's most convenient. Convenience of winter management, right? I will look at that for bale grazing or somehow to keep those animals out on the land in the wintertime. That might affect how I do my cell design if I have the opportunity to do that. And lastly, I look at existing fence. Okay, that's the last thing I look at. Normally, take the fences out of them on the map so I can look at it. How would I do it with no fences? This would be the most beneficial way to make this work. Then look at the fences and say, okay, well, this fence is a 4-strand barbed wire. I'm not going to probably take it out. Let's try and utilize that. But first, I want to see it without the fences in there because it kind of puts blinders on you. Now, sometimes I got some old crappy fences or cross fences, and it's easier to put up a new electric fence over here, and then I just make this one permeable. I cut holes in it,
Oh,
cut the wire, fold it back a little further, fold it back, because that's a lot of maintenance every year too. Remember my labor component I'm talking about? That one wire electric is actually less work than trying to maintain a old crappy barbed wire running through the trees. So sometimes I just make it permeable. So, all right. A couple of things just kind of end on. I think we're getting close, right? Excellent. I don't do a lot of grain farming, but I'm working with a grain farmer now. He's actually rented that piece of land to me that I talked about earlier, and now I've got cows in the middle of his grain land. So we're doing crop residues, we're trying to do full crops, or whatever he can do, graze some of his cover crops. So we're starting in on that. So I'm looking at some options for grain land in the future. I'm trying to work in that area as well, because I strongly believe every grain farmer needs cows on their land. Okay, they don't have to own cows. Right? Guys like me can bring cows in because we're always looking for cheap winter feed. Right? So we can get animals out there. This is something that we found in the last little bit, and I actually managed to get some seed for this. Kernza is a perennial wheat. It was developed out of the Land Institute in Colorado. They're a non-profit organization. Okay? So they're actually harvesting this now and making flour out of it for breads and dough, and they can actually make beer out of it. Somebody said that the Kernza beer is actually really flavorful. It almost tastes minty, they said. But you can harvest this. Okay? Now, yield is about 20% of what wheat is. Okay? Now, that's above ground yield. Okay? Yield is not always measured above ground. Look at the root system on that. Okay? So this is regular wheat. This is Kernza. Okay? This is just derived from western wheatgrass, which is in the same family as slender wheatgrass, same family as quackgrass, right? So we have plants like this too, but this one they're actually getting grain from. So we could solve a huge issue in agriculture by moving to perennial grains. I also have seed for perennial rye. Right? We're going to put it in and do it as trials this year and demos for our Applied Research Association. So I didn't get very much seed because it's kind of hard to get across the border. It's developed in the States, right? But pretty excited about getting this stuff in the ground. Now I can see this. They're still growing it as a monoculture. Now I can see it growing as a like a hayfield. Put some clovers underneath it, right? That white clover to get the nitrogen going. Maybe some other species as well. Let it grow. Combine the no spray, no chemicals. Combine the seed and then graze the rest and recycle the nutrients and then do it again the next year. It's a no-brainer. How come nobody's invented this before?
It's too old, we forgot about it.
Pardon?
It's too old, we forgot about it.
No, it's kind of new. They've been developing this. Pardon?
You can't make money selling.
Right. There's no money in it for ag business.
oh,
The Land Institute is a non-profit organization. They've been developing this since the 80s sometime. Okay. So with all of our technologies in agriculture, all the GMO products we've made, why can't you make a canola plant with a Canada thistle root? Wouldn't that be a good plant? Or a barley plant with a quackgrass root? Oh, that would grow forever, wouldn't it? You know why we haven't done that? Because there's no money in it for ag business. But the Kernza is from the non-profit organization, so I'm very excited to get this plant in the ground. Okay. And then at Rocky Farms, Brendan Rocky. He's going to be here. I'm not going to spoil his talk. I usually talk about him a little bit here, but I'd highly recommend you guys going to see him. A potato farmer that is a rock star in regenerative agriculture. You want the name? Yeah. So the grass is not always greener on the other side of the fence. If you want some more information, I do a lot of comments and talks on my Facebook page. I gave up on all other social media because I'm overwhelmed with messages and stuff. So just Facebook. There's lots of talk on there. I got lots of people who also offer information. Some very smart people that are commenting on there. So don't be shy. If you want to ask a question, by all means. That's an educational opportunity there that I've kind of developed, and it's going pretty well. So, any questions? We're just about done.
You said you keep sheep as well?
I used to have a few.
Okay.
Okay.
Rotating through, you hear a lot of bring livestock sequentially, so cows and sheep come in and things like that.
Yeah, a mixture of diversity.
But, if you've got the cattle and they're grazing it down, I'm just trying to understand when the sheep come in and is there anything left for them and does that not become overgrazing?
Honestly, for me, I'm guilty of not doing this, but in my mindset, I would put them all together. One of the things I was talking with a friend of mine, and he just by chance, he was managing for this ranch, and he convinced them to bring the horse herd. There's like 30 horses that they graze over here continuously because it's convenient, and they just hammer the pasture. And he said, "Why don't you let me put them in with the cattle? Why are they by themselves?" Well, it's because we can go out and pet them and whatever. I don't know, whatever. Like he said, let me put them into the herd because he wanted to have that mix, the change in there. And the one thing he really noticed what happened was it increased in animal impact. Okay, and I thought about that after. I said, that's why my donkeys get out, right? The horses and the donkeys get out into the cattle. What do? They want to show dominance, right? So they're right through the herd, and the herd like, and they panic, and they just cut this track right through there because they can, right? What does that do to the cattle? Causing more animal impact. They get all excited and get scared out of it, right? I saw that this summer when my llama got out. Yes, I have a llama. Sorry. But he gets out and he just loves cattle. He just wants to be with them. Like I always keep him separate because he's just looking at them all the time. He just wants to be there. But they think he's a freak of nature. Right? They're scared to death of him. And he's got this attitude. He's 110 pounds maybe, all fluff.
Yeah.
And he can put a 3,000 pound bull on the run. Right? Like they're just scared of him. So I call him my herd effector. He jumps out there and he wants to be with them, and the cows are like, "Oh, what is this?" He's freaking out, right? And he just wants to be buddies with them. He's like kind of that loser in school that wants to be friends with everybody but nobody likes him. Yeah, that's him. So putting those animals together, the sheep and the cows together, right? When those cows walk through the sheep, they're going to disperse, right? And then they're going to come back, right? So I think that diversity, and I want to do more of that, but I got customers.
Yeah.
I asked my customers, "Hey, you got this bred heifers. Would you mind if I brought in, say, 15 or 20 horses?" Oh, no. Right, so I'm limited, but I don't mind letting the llama escape once in a while because that helps. Although it's a little hard on fences sometimes. But yeah, putting them together, I would say you're trying to manage two herds one after another. Yeah, it'd be pretty tough. Now, you're going to need different fencing. Right? Your sheep need better fencing than your cows. So, see, I do it with my pigs too, but I still don't put them together because the pigs stay in one area and we rotate them around, and the cows come around them and then they leave. Right? So, yeah, I would love to do it that way, but horses and cattle would be the easiest to put together. Yeah, there's no money in horses.
I know. My wife is too.
Oh, yeah. Depends on your situation, right? Well, not in my scale. Right? I grazed 100 horses one time for a guy. He didn't pay his bill. So, yeah. We're good to go?
I think we better.
Okay, awesome.
Or you're gonna be walking.
I'm gonna miss my flight. Excellent. You bet. Thank you.